Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
41 degrees right now, but we're going to get up to around 70.
Nice.
Depending on where you are. Looks like it's going to be a nice sunny day, so we got that going for us. Tomorrow,
Yeah.
a little bit of rain,
Little storm.
but could be diddling 80.
Ooh, that's some wet diddling.
Yeah, wet diddling. And then nope, it's not Mother's Day yet. That's next Sunday. I will shut up. Yeah, I don't even have the ability to give you a far, far, far too early Mother's Day forecast. Everyone had a good weekend?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay. Can we talk about kids?
Sure.
Thank you. And it's not about having kids. It's more about being a kid. And okay. Saturday morning, my 14-year-old plays hockey. Plays travel hockey. And if you have a kid that plays travel sports, no matter what the sport is, you know how ungodly expensive it is.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
And I'm not just talking like here's the money for them to play in this league. I mean, everything.
All around it. Yep.
Okay. So my 14-year-old needed all new stuff this year.
Okay.
Gear, everything. And also, when you are part of a hockey team, you have to buy like what they call off-ice stuff.
What's off-ice stuff?
So, like, all the kids have to have the same coat to go to the rink in and the same T-shirt.
So
to
when
work
did all
out in.
this start? Like, you have to
so you
work
look
out in the
uniform
same
as a team.
But you have to work out in the same stuff?
You're almost like, honestly, it's like advertising for the team in a lot of ways.
To who?
I don't know.
Other kids.
Okay, that are on
And you
other
had to
teams.
buy certain.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't just find like the cheapest item. You had to buy this particular item.
Yeah, like
correct?
for example, yes. So on Saturday, we had to go out to the rink, and they have everything out like it's a shopping mall.
Oh.
And you go try on all this stuff, and like these are the specific items
What
you
a
have
racket,
to buy.
man. So you can't even bargain. Like you can't find a cheaper version of this stuff.
No. So like the
You're
logo,
locked in.
The logo, they like lease the logo of the team out to like a specific store.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so like I know if your kid plays hockey or baseball, like you're familiar with this. Like when the kids are like doing off-season training, they will all be in the same shorts and t-shirts. It looks like a professional hockey team. It's
It
ridiculous.
looks like the Army.
Yeah,
That's how the Army works
that's
out.
exactly how it goes. So
Damn.
Stella and I go out to this like try-on thing, whatever. So it was an ungodly amount of money. It's an ungodly amount of money. And it's one of those things where it's just like, all right, you swallow hard. You remember how much you love
you're
your
good
kid.
at that. No, I mean, you're experienced now.
Uh-huh. So back to the story about my daughter.
I know, jeez.
Leave that out of it.
Time and place. Time and place.
Leave that out of the story you were telling everybody.
All right, let me ask you this. Did you spend more money this weekend than you spent on your entire wardrobe from birth to 18?
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But keep in mind,
That's
it
like
was
$500.
it's
I know you're making a joke. It probably is like $500.
Because I know your old man chinched out on everything.
Oh, yeah, he did. I told you.
Mr. Discount.
I told you the night before I started at Aquinas, there's a uniform at Aquinas, right? Or a dress code. So we go to Structure that used to be open, right? Yeah, okay. So there's clearance pants. You had to have a specific type of pants. They were a size too small, but they were on sale.
Yeah,
So
Structure was always for like slim people.
yeah, I was not a slim person.
Yeah.
So my dad made me buy these pants, and I looked like a sausage casing for the first time. Like, really, I didn't know anybody. Hey, great first day, everybody. Good first impression. Here comes me and my big-ass thighs looking like, give me a disco star. What I have, super tight pants. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
I mean, it's the ultimate form of parent peer pressure because it's not even like your kid begging you to get it is what's driving you to make that purchase. It's the fact that like all the other kids in the team are going to have this and you don't want your kid to not have what everybody else has.
Oh, it's not. But that's the thing, Kimmy. Like normally that would apply. You're right. But this isn't even. Peer pressure doesn't even apply because it's not an option not to get it.
But
Like,
you can't. You have to buy it if you want to participate.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. I am not here to.
It's like the mob.
Yeah, no, because the mob, there have been guys that have gotten out. I'm not here to complain about the cost of something.
Right.
There's a reason I'm telling this story.
Okay.
So we go out there and we do all this stuff, and she tries everything on, and we tally up the total, and it's like, so she knows what I have spent.
Right.
She is aware. We are in this pro shop, and in the pro shop, there's other items that you can buy on top of the mandatory stuff if you would like.
Wow,
it.
look at that. Impulse buys.
And I'm standing there at the counter, and she comes over with this pair of sweatpants.
Yeah.
And it's got the team logo on the sweatpants. And she goes, if you want me to work out this offseason to get ready for this.
It's extortion now?
Whole new hostage.
Like I care. I don't care. You know, work out.
Yeah.
I spent all this money. You want to sit on the bench and all your cool new gear. That's fine. I don't care. She goes, yeah, so I need these to work out if you want me to work out. And I go, I just spent, and I tell her how much I spent. And she goes, yeah, these are only $60.
$60 to work out in something.
She says to me, what's another $60? Like, you want to talk about girl math? That is girl math. So here's the thing.
God.
I understand that my 14-year-old does not have an appropriate concept of money, as most 14-year-olds do not, because my daughter's never had a job. What I am asking, I guess, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, at what age can your kid start making money, and how do they do that? Because I know legally you can work at 14, but nobody hires 14.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Kimmy, when we were kids, you could go mow lawns.
Yeah, you could do like the neighborhood work kind of stuff, like the under the table stuff.
Ooh, under the table.
But I'm trying to think though, like that was most like when we were growing up, that was mostly like a boy thing.
Well,
like
but
mowing lawns
Or you could
and
like
stuff.
babysit, right? Is it babysitting?
Babysitting was big, but I don't know at 14 if that's a little too young for most parents. You know what I mean?
So here's the
Hire
thing.
you.
But like to all of these points, right? The
Yeah.
jobs, Kimmy, that we used to have paper route. Like, first of all, papers don't deliver. It doesn't exist
That's
anymore. Lawn services have taken over
Yeah.
the young kids mowing the lawn, and the babysitting stuff. I don't know how many parents trust.
That's what I mean.
Teenage
So it all
kids.
dried up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I'm racking my brain this weekend because I ain't spending any more damn money on this kid. You're on your own until you graduate college. I cannot come up with anything she can do to make money short of collecting cans out of garbage bags, and I don't want her getting in a fight with the people we see down here.
I think even when you hit like 15, 16, it's still a little bit tough to find like a part-time job somewhere or somewhere willing to hire you because aren't there like they can only work so many hours and things like that.
And look, here's the thing: when it comes to like an actual real job, like between like my daughter playing hockey
How's
and
she
school,
gonna do all that?
yeah, she doesn't have the time to do it anyway.
Yeah.
But like Kimmy, you remember as a kid, if you had a few hours on a Sunday morning, you could knock on doors and try and find someone to mow lawns or, like you said, the babysitting thing. I cannot, for the life of me, like as frustrated as I am, that my daughter has no concept of money and wants everything. I can't even be mad at her because I don't know how the kid would make money if she wanted to.
Man, she's in a rocking chair right now.
It would, you know what?
She is.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Look at that stupid, spoiled
know,
kid
I
look
know.
on his face. What a dick. What a dick.
Kids who had like a family member willing to pay them for like side work were always the lucky ones.
Yeah, but they
like,
always
if
bounce checks.
like if
Well,
they're
my family.
Oh, yeah. Man, I ain't taking a check from your family. You kidding me, man? That's hanging paper all day.
How about my sister stops answering her phone, answering the door?
You got to chase her down with collections.
Megan, where are you? See one head pop over the couch, back down again.
Yeah, like if your family had some sort of like side business or something where you could, file stuff for them or I don't know, like it's just little work that they were willing to give you some cash for.
Yeah, the only thing she could do is go work for your wife.
Oh, what is she going to do? Cut off moles?
No, but like office work, something like that.
Bro, how insulting
I
would
don't
that
know.
be to the people who
Yeah.
work in the
Yeah,
office?
you can't do that.
Hey, hello, person who went to college for this. This is my 14-year-old daughter.
All right, so
She can't come in here. What you going to do in here
nothing.
other than be scarred for life?
All right, so she's in a sweet position.
No,
right?
okay, no, it's not a sweet position.
I think 14 is kind of like that sweet spot of like I'm getting into my independent years, but I'm just a baby. I can't work. I can't work yet. Come on, Dad, give me money.
252 WCMF. I had to spend an ungodly amount of money on my daughter's travel hockey experience on Saturday, and while we're at the pro shop spending this money, my 14-year-old finds a pair of sweatpants she wants, holds it up. She just saw how much money I spent, and she goes, I need these. And I go, you just saw, and I said the number, and she goes, yeah, but they're just $60. What's another $60? And I wanted to set the pants on fire in front of her. I would have paid for the pants if I could have set them on fire and not been arrested for it. But like, here's the thing. You go, she's in the rocking chair.
Yeah.
Right now, fine, right? But how long does that last? How long are you allowed to not have a concept of money until it really hurts you?
Well, I mean, all right, so if you want her to do good in school and you want her to do sports, you wanted to get her to
Do well in school.
do gooder.
I'm just trying to, just in case there's kids that are listening, they're trying to do good in school.
Well, do your gooders.
Superman does good. You do well. Know your grammar, son.
Okay, so as I say.
I don't know.
Oh, so if you want her to achieve all this, she's never going to have a job till she graduates college.
No.
How could she? If you want her to play sports and you want her to achieve great grades, How is she going
By the way,
to squeeze in a job?
The problem wasn't pronouncing the word grades, idiot.
Well, it's just
Grades.
trying to figure out the word.
No, but here's the thing. Part of life, and look, I get it. I understand the kids are, the schedules are much different than they were when we were kids.
Yeah,
and
these
there's a
kids
lot
are
more pressure.
packed.
Part of life, and this is
Yeah.
part of learning it at this age, is, how do I put this? Parceling your time.
Right?
Right? Like, I mean-
time management.
Yes, yeah, thank you. You need to find a way to make all this work. And, it's low stakes right now. So,
Yeah.
like, if there's a time to learn it, it's 14, 18 years
All right.
old, right? Like,
Get to it. When can she start like working at Wegmans? 15 or 16?
yeah, but you can't get, Wegmans jobs, like, those are like birth to you.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Oh. But I
Is
thought
it
everybody
still
was
just
coming
as
up short.
competitive?
I don't know.
I thought everybody was coming up short, with staffing.
It's a good question.
Like restaurants and all that stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Like if you're working Wegmans, like that's tough for a kid that plays sports because it's like a regimented
Right,
scheduled
right.
corporate. Like you would need something more like a mom and pop business that
Oh,
would
flexible,
be
yeah.
a little more understanding. Like, hey, I have games XYZ, I have school but I can work blah blah blah.
Okay.
Like when they were great with that at Lucia's when we were kids.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was probably easier for them too to find somebody to fill in for you, just because they had so many employees.
Yes, there were a lot of us, a lot of Lucia's alumni
Yeah.
that moved into the community.
A lot of scoopers.
Yep.
That was the best job of my life. If I could do that for the rest of my life, I would do that for the rest.
Scooping ice cream.
Bro, I was such a good scooper. I was such a good scooper, bro. Okay, like you're laughing. There were some kids that just never got it.
No, he's right.
It's all in the, it's all in the
they
wrist,
couldn't
right?
cut it, and I'm not kidding.
So you think it's all in the wrist.
Really?
No,
Yeah.
you don't want to go
You
too.
follow through.
You gotta it's the whole arm.
It's a
really.
shoulder elbow
Yeah.
more than
So it's
it
like
is a wrist.
putting.
Look, you
You
can.
would go home sore at the end of the night.
If you go all wrist, you're going to put yourself on the IR.
Especially if somebody decided to order a large Italian ice. Screw that guy.
Yeah, I was because I was a big fat kid. I was
Oh,
the one.
you were on ice duty.
Get done for you doing it with the big fat kid. Scrape up the ice. But no, like Kimmy, how many jobs did you have in high school? Was it just Lucia's?
No, I think I worked two different jobs. Lugia's was like my main one. I had a family member who owned a chocolate fountain business, and so I would have to go
What?
set it up, take it down at weddings and like receptions and stuff.
You serious?
Wait, their
I'm-
business
Like
was
yeah,
chocolate
like it was
fountain?
like a catering, like dessert,
Oh.
like you know what I mean. Like so, she would come, set it up, bring all like the stuff to dip it
Yeah.
in.
I would not trust Kimmy near any chocolate fountain.
No, they found her in it twice. Face down, floating.
So that was my first intro into working.
Wow.
Was that yeah?
I mean, it is amazing how easy it was to get a job back when we were in high school. Like, you just could walk up to any mom and pop business and be like, I would like a job, please. And like 40% of the time, they just give you a job.
Yeah.
That's how I got that job, is the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, that's right, at the tax joint, right?
Yeah, Liberty Tax Services on Ridge Road. When I was in high school, I was a costume Statue of Liberty character. I wore a big smock, and my face was cut out, and it had the spikes.
Yeah.
And I would hold a torch and wave in the wintertime during tax season at people driving down Ridge Road, and they would throw batteries and snowballs at me. But all things considered,
Yeah.
pretty good dig. And they bought me dinner every night, which is really cool.
Oh, really?
So I would go from school to Liberty Tax Service for a couple hours, and then I would go to boxing practice and go home.
Damn, look at you.
Well, I was failing, but we made it work. We got a dynamite. Your kid doesn't understand money kind of break for you this morning on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
This was a controversial idea in the town of Greece.
Mm.
They're watching you at all times.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. If you had a problem with these cameras, which we will recap when we
Yeah.
get at 7 o'clock, you can just stay out of the town of Greece.
Well, yeah, if you can.
No
Yeah.
big deal, yeah. Well, that's not going to be an option anymore.
Why?
Well, it looks like the county of Monroe is about to follow suit. And I think it's important we remember, without sounding like crazy conspiracy theorists,
All right.
because here's the thing. We don't know if we're right. We don't know if we're wrong. Once you crack this door,
Yeah.
you're never going to close it.
So it's a one-way.
Once it happens,
We're locked in.
there is no going back.
Uh-oh.
No going back. And we will tell you why there will be more eyes on you, it seems, driving around Monroe County just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah, buddy.
Beautiful weekend this weekend.
Yeah.
Weather was great. We told you it's going to be 70 today, 80 tomorrow, and you start thinking about all the fun stuff you're going to do outside.
Sure.
The festivals, outdoor bars.
Oh.
And with that comes food with tires on it.
Oh, yeah.
Food truck season.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you saw something over the weekend that we've talked about before.
Yeah, you
I
two love
did.
these
I
things.
did. It was the first time that I had stumbled upon this
Well, here's the thing.
Right.
very popular thing.
We do love these.
Yeah.
But there is a math equation you do in your head when you see them. And it seems, Kimmy, this math equation did not matter to anybody that wanted this food.
Didn't seem like it. People went way out of their way.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There's a math equation that goes into this.
Oh, I love math.
How much time I am willing to wait
Yeah.
based on how delicious this is going to be.
Okay.
And here's the thing. When it comes to getting food from these things, there can be a wait involved. In fact, it's something that you cannot wrap your mind around. But, Kimmy, you saw one this weekend
Yeah.
that you said was so good that folks are willing to sacrifice their entire afternoon
Seemed like it.
just to get a hold of it.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. The NFL draft has come and gone.
All done.
There are 8 new members of the Buffalo Bills
Okay.
that we have in front of us. 9 new members of the Buffalo Bills. And if you were a Bills fan hoping to fill this one specific hole,
Yeah.
you were disappointed this weekend.
It didn't happen.
Looking at Kimmy's face right now.
What?
She don't like it.
Oh.
We'll get into it. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So Kimmy's the young, fun one that gets to still do stuff.
Oh, yeah. She's still out and about on the town.
And you were on the town this weekend.
Oh,
I was.
yeah. Flashing that credit card.
My husband and I, we took a little trip out to Three Heads.
Oh, how the boys doing?
They're good. They are good. And we got there kind of early, and by the time, almost right after it opened, and we noticed the parking lot was full already, and we're like, what's going on here? So
Ooh, people.
so we take a stroll in, and it's packed. Everybody's having a good time, and we noticed that there was something different sitting in the parking lot this time around, and it was I believe it's called the Cousins Maine Seafood Truck, something like that.
Okay.
Cousins Maine Lobster.
So it's a food truck?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a big old food truck.
So we talked about this about a year ago.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
is
It is like the mother effer of food trucks, let me tell you.
Damn.
You get there and it looks like a giant RV. It's got a giant TV screen that's showing you
lobsters.
all the stuff that they prepare.
So for those who don't know, this is a nationally franchised
Yeah.
food truck.
Okay.
And
But their thing is lobster?
yeah, lobster. And when we
Yeah.
You
found
wouldn't
out,
think lobster and food truck.
yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, I've burgers, hots, basic pizza. Seafood's a little
There's a
different.
sushi food truck.
I know. That's a little different.
No, I agree with you. But
Road sushi.
Kimmy, these are the most popular food trucks in
Yeah,
America.
I guess. And I had heard that people rave about it. I had
Right.
never seen it or experienced it before, but we got there early, like I said, so there wasn't really much of a line. So we're like, let's try it. While it's here, we've heard good things. And so we put our order in 10, 15 minutes later, sit down to eat. And while we're eating, it was delicious, by the way. Totally recommend.
What'd you have?
We got 3 different things, tried a little bit of everything. We got one of their lobster rolls, we got a lobster quesadilla, and their shrimp tacos.
It's a lot of lobster,
was
Pat.
good.
Lobster.
Mexican lobster.
It was delicious.
Yes. Comes with a little sombrero.
That was insensitive.
What?
How dare you?
It's got a little sombrero.
They wear all kinds of hats in Mexico.
It has little pistols in its claws.
It doesn't have any thumbs. How does it hold the? Kimmy, you were saying. I'm sorry.
Anyways,
So you had lobster.
so while we were eating,
Fancy.
we had a few beers, then decided,
of course.
all right, we are stuffed, we're ready to go home. And on our way out, oh my goodness, did that line grow while we were inside of Three Heads. The line was kind of wrapped around the corner of the building.
Wow.
That's how long people were willing to wait
That's
for this
insane.
food truck. It was wild.
But you're going to stand there that long and wait for a sandwich.
So let's break this down. Because if there is one, food trucks are great.
Yeah.
Food trucks are great. You're getting a unique food
Yeah.
in a mobile area. Most of
Yeah.
the time where there's no restaurant, fantastic. But the one fatal flaw of food trucks
Yeah.
is the time it takes to get your food from the food truck. Because as Kimmy brought up, right, these people, they're preparing food in a truck, so it takes a little
Yeah, you
longer.
still
Right.
got to wait, minimum of 10 minutes.
Yeah,
usually.
after you order your food.
Yeah.
And then comes the line. And anywhere you go where there are food trucks lined up in Rochester, there is always, always, always a massively long line. I am curious.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is your delicious to line time ratio for a food truck?
So how long I'll stand in line for this food?
Because I'm going to be honest with you, man.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's going to take 10 to 15 minutes to
Yeah.
get my food, and I understand. I am not committing more than 5 minutes to a line on a food truck. I cannot do it. I cannot go more than 20 minutes to I am standing to I am eating.
Because you just wasted your whole evening. If you're going to go out and hang out for a night,
Yeah.
if you end up standing in line for 30 minutes just to order, and then I got to stand around, I blew 45 minutes to an hour waiting just to eat.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with you on that.
And then I got to, and here's another thing. I don't want to wait standing up in a line.
Okay.
If I'm sitting down and I got a beer and I was waiting
Yeah.
for my food to be one thing, but if I got to stand in line and I haven't done a goddamn thing, like you can't even enjoy yourself.
Look, I agree. I guess the only exception would be if you're at like a live music event where I could enjoy the music
Yeah.
and stand in line. At the same
Kinda.
time.
If
Well,
you
like-
over your shoulder, I could enjoy a Dave Matthews cover band.
Well, like when they do the food truck rodeo at the public market, that's usually you get a band, you can walk around with a beer. Like that's usually not so bad. But I do find myself in that dilemma every time I go because I'll go with like a couple food trucks in mind.
Right.
But then when I get there and those lines are super long, I will opt for like
You always end up at the same one.
I will end no
Bucket of
yeah,
smelts.
Bucket of smells with,
Guy
the,
never has a line.
with the little sombreros.
Yeah.
I will go purely to the most reasonably the reasonable length line.
No, I find myself doing the same thing.
But that's
right?
not the one you want.
No, but I'm like, that'll still be good. Not what I came here for, but it'll do.
There are so many food trucks I've never tried because I will not
Yeah.
stand in line. And here's the thing, like that lobster, what you described, sounds amazing.
So good.
I'm not standing in that line.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not standing in that
Well,
line.
I would not have stood in that line if I had not tried it before. Now I kind of get it.
Wait, how long would you wait in that line to get that food again?
Okay. I would do like a 30 minutes max.
That's a
30
long.
minutes.
Because you
line.
also
Wait,
don't
that-
know when you get in the line how long it's going to take.
Are you saying like 30 minutes till you order or till you eat? Because as soon as you order, you still got to wait
yeah,
for your
you're
food.
right. That is a long time. Maybe 10 minutes max. I'm cutting it down now.
But here's the thing. I
Yeah.
think we are the unique ones here. Again, 252 WCMF came in with the three heads over the week, and they had that. What's it called again?
It's Cousin's Maine Lobster or something like that.
And Kimmy said by the time that she left, the line for the food truck was wrapped around the corner of the building.
Yeah.
Like we having this discussion about what we are the unique ones. Because if you go to the food truck
Yeah.
rodeo, or if you go to Fairport Canal Days or Park or Lilac Fest, whatever,
Yeah.
there are hundreds of people.
Oh, yeah.
But in these lines that will be waiting half an hour just to try something in those
Yeah.
trucks, right? So like, it must be good.
It's good, but it ain't that good to me to wait that long.
I don't know, man.
It's
Like-
lobster and mayonnaise
Yeah, but
on
you
a
don't-
toasted bun.
That's also a unique food you don't find everywhere.
I understand.
When have you ever had a lobster quesadilla?
Never. I don't.
Never.
No.
No, ever.
No.
And like
That's right.
there are some food trucks too, man. Like there's this weird paradox where there are some food trucks that the food is good enough in the truck where they are world renowned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's not good enough to support its own restaurant. And
Okay.
we saw this with Le Petit Poutine.
Oh, yeah. You're poutine guy.
That poutine truck was the greatest invention of all time. They were unbelievable. The fries
They
were
still have the
perfect.
truck, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can we-
Well,
you
I know like their store closed, but I thought they still had the truck.
Can you Google if they
Yeah.
still have the truck? Because they went from truck, they opened up their own restaurant, and for whatever reason, they had just recently closed the restaurant.
All right.
Right? But like, I love that food truck. The fried egg poutine
Okay.
was unbelievably good. I'm not waiting 30 minutes for poutine.
For French fries.
But it's still. But here's the thing: I say that out loud, and my mouth was watering, and now I'm like, maybe I don't know. I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
I can't stand in lines for that long.
Even a fennel truck
Oh, you didn't say fennel.
with the little. They put the sombrero on the fennel. They serve it to you,
Is he right next to a bucket of smelt guy?
and like that's the other thing too,
Yeah.
man. Like they do such a good job of presenting these food trucks. Now,
Well, she makes it sound like it's an event. She said there's like big screens on the truck and it's like flashing at you.
even the way they wrap them now, like
Yeah.
with their like.
We're
they,
such suckers, man.
Does that make you a sucker though? It looks good.
No, but like you paint a truck up, that's gotta be good, man. He's got TV on
Well,
it.
what's the difference between?
I ate me it. That lobster was on television.
Tell me you've never walked into a restaurant because you've seen a big picture of what the food
Oh
looks
yeah,
like. Okay,
yeah. You
what's-
we're suckers.
it's not a sucker. I'm hungry. It looks good.
Well, all right.
Does that make me a sucker?
No, of course it does.
How does it make me? What's the more appropriate not sucker way to get food?
I don't know.
Okay,
just order regular ass food from regular people.
Oh, you talking about that new food truck, regular ass food truck? It's just a white truck that says food on the side of it. You
Yes,
idiot.
warm food.
Not an FBI surveillance fan. Here's your sandwich. Get out of my face. You know, it is funny though. Like to the point you just made.
Yeah,
It is completely appropriate to go to a restaurant, sit down,
Yeah.
and wait 30 minutes for your food.
yeah.
Right? But for some reason, it feels different in a food truck line. Why?
Well, because you're not as comfortable. You're standing.
You're standing. What's the difference?
And depending on the weather, you could be burning up. It could be a little chilly. Like you don't have a drink. You're not sitting down.
Hey, I mean, you could have a drink if you're at a festival in that hand. You're talking about burning up. You love eating outside, right? And that's like
I do
billion
like that,
degrees.
but you also got to make uncomfortable conversations with the people around you don't know.
Okay.
That could start happening.
All right. If you have someone in line with you, that might make it bearable.
But the people behind you.
Yeah, but I'm just not going to acknowledge them.
But yeah, but they're gonna say that all that stupid ass dad stuff.
Like what?
I guess I should have gotten into this business. It better be good with a line like that.
I do have a bad habit if someone like behind the starts talking to me.
Commenting.
Well, no, I'll turn around like, Like I'm laying out as thick as I can. I know we're gonna be here for a while.
Okay, so don't talk.
I do not want to be friends. Look, we're gonna
Probably
do
a
this.
smart move.
We're gonna do this. I'm never gonna see you again. Please don't do this to me right now. Please. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Katie. Hey, Katie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
I'm calling to let you know that the lobster truck food truck actually posts where all they're going to be on their Facebook page, and you can place an order online and go pick it up when you're going to be there.
Oh, that's a clutch. That's a clutch tip,
Ooh.
Katie.
And they also have a website where you can order kits and ship things across the country and stuff.
Okay, but the truck doesn't make it for me in my driveway, right?
No.
All right, I'm out. Hey, Katie, what is your max line wait for a food truck?
Well, when I've gone to the Grape Festival and stuff, the most I've waited in line is 30 minutes.
Okay. Was it worth it?
Yeah.
You're not got a lot going on?
30 minutes at the Grape Festival to wait for your food.
And that was the grape truck.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you could have just walked over.
It
to the line.
wasn't a grape truck. It was for,
This is who you get stuck behind.
no.
No sense of humor, Katie.
Katie seems nice. Why you gotta hurt Katie like
No, that's not how they do grapes. No, you can't go pick them yourself.
that? Katie, thanks for the lobster truck tip. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
She's
See?
not happy with you.
Oh, no,
You're
she's
She's not
just
happy with you, you
smug
dick.
ass. It's your program.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man who knows about eating. That's Joe. He's on CMF.
Oh, hey, this is Eaton Joe?
Eating Joe. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, Tommy's mama. Good Monday morning,
What's up, buddy?
dude. The reason we wait is because it's usually a secondary thing, man. We're there for a venue, so the wait time is secondary. You know what I mean? We talk about what we're really there for: the game, the concert, the whatever.
Okay. No, but I'm there for the game and the concert. I don't want to spend my entire time standing in line
Yeah.
for a taco.
But you know how it is, Duff. Usually, if you're going somewhere, you've had a couple beers, you've taken a couple pokes, you don't realize you're standing in line.
No, but here's the thing, man. If I'm drunk, I'm even less
But
patient.
yeah, time goes by even slower.
Yes, I want no. If I have had a couple of beers, like I'll start eating grass. I'm not waiting in line for this food truck.
Yeah, but if you're stoned, you're hungry. You're gonna wait.
It's a good point. All right. So you got to find the perfect balance of drunk and stoned to
All right.
stand in line to get your food truck food.
Welcome to Western New York.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
So it's timing.
It is
You
funny.
got to time it all out.
It is
guess
funny,
so.
too, how every time I'm surprised. Well, what's this line? Like, I should just know by now there's going to be a line that I'm going to have to wait in at some point when going out, if I'm specifically going out for a food truck.
Yeah, no, you're right. Every single time I find myself saying
why am
out
I
loud,
surprised?
Why is this line so long?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's a food truck. All right. You have 9 new members of the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
And look, man, everybody thinks their draft class is like the best draft class of all time.
Yeah.
You don't find out until like 3 or 4 years from
No.
now. However, there are some Bills fans that are not the happiest this morning.
Because they didn't get the right guy or
Well,
the right position filled?
Has nothing to do with Guy.
Yeah.
There were 3 holes Bills fans assumed the franchise was going to fill this week.
Mm.
And they filled the hell out of 2 of them.
All right.
But in not doing this,
So that third gaping hole.
yes,
There's a gaper.
the
The
third
big one.
gaping hole.
I think that's something wide open. So wide.
Kimmy, in not committing to one of these,
Yeah,
the Bills have signaled they are happy with what they have to start the season.
All right.
I guess.
And that has some
But they're
folks.
kind of missing one of those.
We'll get into
Start
it.
the season.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. The NFL draft has come and gone.
Oh, boy.
And for Bills fans, there was a belief they had 3 holes to fill.
Okay.
A corner, a defensive lineman, and a shiny new wide receiver for Josh Allen. Well, the Bills definitely filled the hell out of some of those holes.
Okay.
But what they did not do over the weekend has some members of Bills Mafia a little bit nervous.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. When these were first announced in the town of Greece, it was controversial.
Sure.
Because it was another example of your privacy being taken away a little more.
Invasion.
You got it.
Mhm.
And there's a debate to be had.
Yeah.
Right? Here's the thing. If you really hated these, you could just stay out of the town of Greece. That may not be an option anymore.
Yeah.
Because we are one step closer to these being all over everywhere we live. And it's hard to tell, Tommy,
Yeah.
if folks look at this and go,
Mhm.
or if folks look at this and go, yeah,
Oh, right.
good, yes. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, like we said, Bills fans wanted a corner, defensive lineman, and wide receiver to make this Bills roster complete in the draft over the weekend. We know that the Bills filled that corner need Thursday night. Maxwell Harrison, Kentucky. We talked about him on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Day 2,
What did we get?
a trade.
Oh.
They went up and got Taneri Sanders. I'm not saying that right. Give me time.
Taneri?
T-A-N-E-T. Taneri. He's a D tackle out of South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. Very exciting. So now it's wide receiver time, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Wrong. In the third, they went with Landon Jackson, defensive end, another D lineman out of Arkansas. But then in the 4th round, we go get our wide receiver.
Yeah.
Wrong. They went defense again. D lineman Deontay Walker out of Kentucky. Then they
Man, a
went
lot
with
of Southern guys.
it was like all SEC.
Yeah.
They went with another corner again in the 5th round. They didn't make an offensive pick until number 173, and that was a blocking tight end from Georgia Tech. He's not even going to catch the ball. Kimmy, the Bills took one offensive skill position player, Caden Prather.
Caden?
Caden Prather. Caters, wide receiver from Maryland, their 7th round pick.
Yeah.
So they don't think they have a problem on the offense.
Well,
If they're not worried about it, it seems like it all went defense.
yeah.
Seems that way.
Yeah.
So they're not concerned.
Well, let's put it this way.
I guess defense is where you need the most depth, but you still have a giant hole to fill on offensively.
Okay, you think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a receiver. What else?
Wide receiver. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But was there any guy to go get that was that good?
Where they were picking, no, I would
You
say.
mean in the 1st round?
Yeah.
I mean, was there any guy out there at all that they thought? Obviously, no.
Well, they didn't think so. I mean, who knows? We'll find out 3 years from now in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds if there was somebody that was available that could have helped them, right? When all of a sudden, like, wow, he was a 5th round pick. Stephon Diggs was a 5th round
All
pick, right? Okay. So we are past the point
Yeah.
where any big name free agent wide receivers are available to fill in here. There probably is not a trade they can make that is going to bolster this wide receiver group before opening day. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Are we cool with the Bills ready to start the season with the wide receivers they have on this roster right now?
Well, the guy they brought in to fill that gap can't play for a few games.
Who's that?
No, you're talking Josh Palmer's. He's not suspended. It was the
I thought he was also suspended.
No, Google that just to make sure. I thought it was the 2 defensive linemen they brought in.
Was it? I
Yeah.
thought Josh Palmer was in that too.
No. Almost positive. All right, so
Okay,
here's
then you could be right.
Rarely am I wrong, Thomas. Well, she Oz.
Yeah.
Here's your wide receiver group. Your
All right,
impact
yeah,
wide receiver group.
all
Okay,
You
you're
ready?
right. You're
Hey,
right. I was thinking of the 2 guys that were suspended.
Kimmy, we all make mistakes. It's okay.
Yep.
All right. Your wide receivers this year. Khalil Shakir.
Funny guy.
Keon Coleman. No, Khalil Shakir. Keon
Oh.
Coleman's a funny guy.
Funny guy.
Great
from-
start, NFL expert.
Second guy.
Keon Coleman's a funny guy. Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, and newcomer Josh Palmer. Those are your impact wide receivers. Kimmy,
What?
confident?
I mean, I think Josh. You have Josh Allen, so he's going to make it work. Could it be better? Probably. But I think that they have that much confidence in Josh Allen, putting anybody out there with Josh Allen, and they can make the offense run.
Okay, but here's the thing. They started the season trying that last year.
No, I know.
Because this sounds.
I know. We had the same conversation last year.
Like this did.
It took Matt Collins a little bit to come around.
Yeah, but Matt Collins ain't even here anymore. He's in
That's
New
what I'm
England.
saying. Maybe the hope is that you find another guy like that.
But that's how they went into the season last year, and it went so well that they had to trade a third-round pick, which, by the way, they could have used to take a receiver in this draft to go get Amari Cooper, and that was a disappointment. I don't love what happened this weekend.
So you think it's going to hurt
did-
Josh?
I mean, you did need a lot of stuff. I mean, you needed that depth on defense.
Did you
didn't
need 3
have it.
corners? You needed 3 corners
You
after
needed
you
3
signed
and
2
hope
corners?
One works out.
Okay.
That's what the hope is, right?
Okay. It is pretty obvious, Tommy, that they were chasing to fix the mistake that left them out of the Super Bowl last year. And what I mean by that,
Yeah.
if the Bills had one more corner in that Chiefs game, they win that game. Kyer Elam, first-round bust. He's now a member of the Cowboys. He was victimized all night long in that game against the Chiefs. So in the minds of the front office and coaching staff, Kimmy, are they just taking all of the corners and signing? Because they signed Dane Jackson and Tre'Davious White back in the offseason. So you added 3 corners in the draft. You signed 2 corners as free agents.
Yeah. I also question, do we need another tight end?
Oh, yeah, because they didn't sign. He's your 3rd tight end.
Okay.
You actually needed that tight end.
But, I mean, you could have maybe taken one later and took a receiver there.
I mean, it's a 5th-round pick, though. What's a 5th-round wide? A
Just saying.
5th-round wide receiver should not be an impact player.
But I mean, is it thinking though that Josh did so well with no names that, to your point, it doesn't matter?
But he didn't because they had to go trade for Amari Cooper last year.
But he did.
Yeah,
but
they
that was late in the
struggled a little bit.
season.
It was week 6.
Oh, was?
Yeah, 7. It was after the
All right.
Texans game. No, I don't.
So you think it's bad?
I wouldn't say bad. I'm not going to say bad. I am interested to know the thought process of the front office right now.
So you don't think they're going to the Super Bowl with this crew?
Shut up.
Well, I'm asking
Not
you.
what I'm saying.
Well, all you're doing is crapping
No,
on
I'm
it.
not crapping. I'm not
All
crapping.
I'm hearing is crap.
No, Kimmy's crapping. I am questioning the strategy of the front office.
That's just a fancier way of crapping.
No, I mean, look, it is.
I am questioning your crap.
I like Josh Palmer, the wide receiver they brought
So
in
you said he's in trouble?
from the Chargers. No, Kimmy
No,
made
he's
a
not. I
mistake.
had him confused.
See, he hears the
I
first
had
thing and
him
he just
confused
goes
with
with
the
it.
I
other
don't know.
Canadian.
There's 1,000 names here.
I knew one of the Canadians was suspended.
Oh, he's a Canadian?
He's a Canadian. By the way, the Bills also drafted a couple of the undrafted free agents, multiple of them Canadians. The Bills
Do
are
Canadians work out in the NFL?
There's
Well, they've been on other teams. They've already been in the NFL.
By the way, did you know also, while we're talking about Canadians, the Bills have signed or drafted 5 Canadians in the offseason. Dalton Kincaid, even though he grew up in California, is listed as a Canadian.
Well, born in Canada.
No, he wasn't. I think his mother is Canadian, which is making him Canadian.
Okay.
Oh.
It's the
Has
first
any
time.
Canadian ever won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, there's been
Yeah.
multiple
Oh,
Canadian
yeah, there've
Super Bowl
been.
champions.
All right.
Right?
This seems like a weird path.
No, there are more Canadians there than you think.
South?
No, I'm saying you don't think of Canadians in football.
Not the Canadian Football League.
But it's all us.
No, it's not.
No.
There's
I
actually
always said
rules.
most of that league was just a bunch of flakes from up here.
No, they have rules about how many Americans that can play at the same time.
Oh, yeah. They do have those weird Canadian rules where they protect their jobs.
Yes.
Wuss.
252 WCMF. This weekend, the Bills took one wide receiver, a 7th-round pick, when Bills fans assumed that the 3 holes they were going to plug, D lineman, corner, wide receiver, they plugged the hell out of D lineman and corner, no impact wide receiver.
I mean, are they hoping that they can do something like they did last year, bring somebody in during the season if they feel like things aren't working out? Because
Okay.
That kind of seems like what they've done in the past. If there's a player that they see they really, really need,
Okay, but
they'll get somebody a couple games in.
here's the problem with that idea.
What?
The Bills had a very favorable early schedule last year, right?
Yeah, it was pretty soft.
Yeah, it gave you the opportunity
Yeah.
to take your time and figure things out. The Bills have a gauntlet.
Oh, it's tough this year?
Oh, the schedule this year might be the toughest
Ever?
in the history of the franchise. Are you ready for this?
Mhm.
All right. So you have, obviously, division, Dolphins, Patriots, whatever. The Ravens come to town.
Ooh, they're tough.
The Bengals come to town. The Chiefs come to town. The Eagles come to town.
Wait. Still the playoff team.
Those are just the home games, by the way. You also have to go on the road again to play the Houston Texans. You have to go on the road to play the Pittsburgh Steelers. Who knows what they're going to look like, depending on who the quarterback is. And that's about it.
So
But
they got the toughest schedule in the league, probably.
I don't know, because the Chiefs. I mean, look, all of the Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, and Bengals are all playing each other.
All right.
So I don't know how.
But they're
it
all
works.
home games at least.
The toughest
Yeah.
games are at home, but
All right.
still, you got the Ravens, Bengals, and Chiefs at home. Those divisional games are coin flips every time, no matter how bad whoever.
All right.
And the Eagles too. I forgot about the Eagles.
Oh, yeah, tough.
Super Bowl champs.
Hearing good things out of Philadelphia.
Shut up. While we're on the topic of tough
Yeah.
schedules, that they're going to play, Kimmy, the Chiefs-Eagles game. The Chiefs and Eagles play each other also again.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's going to be the Thursday night opener, right, in Philadelphia? Super Bowl
isn't
rematch.
it normally?
Oh,
Or-
you would think. Yeah. That's their opening night?
They haven't announced it yet.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm assuming that's going to be the opening night.
Yeah, you would think that's a big game.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Going back to the draft discussion. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I understand your fear. I may be feeling that fear also. But here's the thing. Maybe we shouldn't freak out too much. Because the funny thing about the draft is, Tommy, when you're a fan of a good team,
Yeah.
the draft is always less exciting. You're picking later. So
Oh,
the-
yeah, there's no
Yeah.
excitement because
Yeah.
you're in good shape.
And there aren't massive holes in your offense. So, you're not taking the same impact players, right? Like a
Yeah.
quarterback or D-end or big-time one.
It's a good place to be.
And let's be real. I mean, half of the high-pick impact players end up being busts anyway. All of these names we saw over the weekend, the ones that you recognize, half of those guys are going to be out of the
Yeah.
league in 7 years.
But aren't the Chiefs due for a dip?
Yeah.
I mean, are they thinking that too? Like the Chiefs aren't going to have the same impact that they had 2-3 years ago?
Oh, you want to bank on that? No. I mean, what they did was to go beat the Chiefs. They got these corners and guys to rush
Yeah.
the passer to go
All right.
get the Chiefs.
All right, but I mean, the Chiefs can't stay up there forever.
Why are you so stupid?
Yeah, but
What?
people can make the same argument about the Bills. And
No, but the Bills
success
haven't
they've-
won a Super Bowl yet.
Yeah,
These
but
guys
they've
have
been
hit-
good.
Yeah, but the Chiefs have been great. They can't be great forever. Is my point.
I saw a stat over the weekend.
Yeah, they're dipping.
Not with the Chiefs.
I hear they're on the dip.
That's not what it said. I believe in the last 5 years,
Yeah.
the Bills have won more games in a 5-year period than anyone in NFL history that has not made a Super Bowl.
Oh, that's not good.
It feels that way.
It is. But
that's
it's not.
that's a horrible stat.
Yes, it is. But for you to say, they've been good for 2, yeah, the Bills have also been one of the best teams in the league.
All right.
Uh,
All right.
I mean, you got to figure they took so many defensive players that you have to have found somebody that's really going to come in and work hard for you.
Yeah, but it's maybe at the expense of giving weapons to your MVP quarterback, which, I'd rather outscore people than try and play defense, but that's just me personally. Just me.
All right.
It's me talking.
But isn't McDermott this big defensive, grind it out,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
old
here's the thing.
school jerk?
I can appreciate. What is.
I mean, in a good way, the old school jerk, a good jerk.
What are you talking about?
But he's he's a boring guy. He likes boring football.
Yeah, but it's working, obviously. Yeah.
So he doesn't care about these flash in the pan wide receivers running their mouth.
Somebody's got to catch the ball, man. Run in their mouth. None of the guys except for Keon Coleman. It's in a fun
That kid
mouth run.
runs his mouth, man.
Okay.
All right.
There could be a massive change coming to Monroe County.
Oh.
When this went down in Greece, we
Yeah.
talked about it, and it was controversial. And it was hard to tell where people's heads were about this. But if you despise this idea, you could just stay out of the town of Greece.
Yeah.
Now, we are one step closer to getting these literally everywhere in the greater Rochester area. And Tommy, I don't know what the pulse of folks are, because I get it. There is an argument to be made as to why these are good.
All right.
But the fact that the government has the ability to watch you at all times.
And who's watching? Who's looking?
Now,
Is it the government, or is somebody the government is paying to watch?
ooh, that and more. Next, here in the break room on CMF. It started in the town of Greece,
Yep.
and it was controversial. The town argued this was a way to stop crime, identify dangerous individuals in an instant. However, folks against it, Tommy,
Yeah.
argued this is a massive violation of personal freedom. But here's the thing. If it bothered you, you could just stay out of the town of Greece.
All right.
Well, we may not have that luxury soon anymore. Because if this goes through,
Yeah.
it will be everywhere. And your car will be the key to someone knowing where you are at all times.
So somebody watching.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. There's an incident out in Victor that is bad. And you should never do this, right? I don't care how long a day you've had at your customer dealing job. All that being said, kind of get it.
Oh.
Kimmy, kind of get it.
If it's the way I pictured it in my head, I get it.
Kind of get it.
Yeah.
Kind of get it. All right, we'll get to it. Kind of get to it.
All right.
Just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So late last year, the town of Greece added some technology they said would cut down on crime and keep the community more safe. License plate recognition cameras, also known as LPRs.
So they're readers.
You got it. And these LPRs, they were positioned at random places on streets. They could instantly read the license plate of cars that drove by. And that information that they got off of the license plate, according to police, could be used to locate stolen cars, missing individuals, dangerous persons.
Right.
And the town and the police department said this was a good idea. But, Tommy, not everyone seemed convinced.
Yeah.
Some folks said this was privacy gone too far.
Yeah, because they're just looking at everybody.
You got it. They said that the government shouldn't have the ability to do something like this to every member of the community just out and about. And folks were concerned about who could access the technology and the information.
Right.
But here's the thing. If you were so worried about this that you wanted no part of
I'm
it,
out.
the solution was you could just stay out of the town. Of
I
Greece.
will.
Well, maybe not anymore.
Stay in my town.
You don't think your town's got stuff watching you, especially all the time? Last week, the Monroe County Public Safety Committee approved bringing 144 license plate reader cameras to 85 locations across Monroe County. The cameras would be active 24/7, and they would be used for, and I quote, public safety causes.
Okay. Such as. So what is that?
Okay, they said they wouldn't be used
Yeah.
for traffic enforcement, and they say that officials say only sworn law enforcement officers would be able to access them, along with those with approval from the Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, that's a really vague statement because who are those people?
Yep, a lot of heavy lifting done.
So
by
that
them.
would be a private company.
I don't know. So we'll talk about that in a
Kind
second.
of sounds like it.
We'll talk about that in a second. There would be only one of them, however, these LPRs in the city of Rochester, and that is being used, according to 10NBC, as a test camera to see if the city eventually would want to put them all over the city.
And they will. It seems to be going in that direction.
Now,
Yeah.
all that is left is for the Monroe County Legislature to approve it. And if they do, these cameras will now be countywide. And I want to be clear. I don't know if the Monroe County Legislature is for this or against
Okay.
this. So it's possible these don't come. But we are a legislature.
Legislative.
Vote away.
Uh,
You were closer than I was.
you get it. A vote.
From getting these. All right.
Right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Countywide license plate reading cameras. We cool with this?
It doesn't sound good.
Why?
Well, because it's very vague. And what are they?
What's the
that-
extent of it? Yeah.
So what is its purpose if it's not for traffic violations? It sounds like they just want to know who you are and where you're going.
Okay, now let's not spin off immediately into
That
insanity.
escalated quickly.
All right, I'm going to give you what they're saying.
Right?
What they out here saying
Right?
that it is used for stolen cars, which has been a problem in the
Okay,
Greater
yeah,
Rochester
yeah,
area. It is used to locate missing persons, which has been a problem in the Greater Rochester
Oh,
area,
yeah,
people
yeah.
going missing. And it is used to locate dangerous individuals.
Okay.
Someone that could hurt other people. That is what they say they are using these for.
But they get all your information. They know whose car this is and where it's going.
They have the potential to know whose car this is and where it's going.
Well, just based on that, because if they they're tracking you.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if there's somebody like, in Batman sitting in front of a giant screen of all of the cameras, just like, Steve's here and Dan's here and
Yeah.
Kimmy's here and Tommy's
Monitoring
here.
it at all times.
I guess the way I think this works, and I'm going to say think and again, Think is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. You can insert this license plate or registration or whatever, and that can help you locate where the car is going.
Gotcha.
All right.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
That's the only way it could work, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
that seems like it would be the most useful that way.
Right? But there are some unanswered questions. Before we get there, I'm sorry, Kimmy, how do you feel about this?
I mean, I think that it's definitely going to maybe help cut down on crime, but I also wonder.
Look at Kimmy the narc over
but
here.
I also wonder.
Watch me,
like,
Kimmy.
what could they-
Onlyfans.com/Kimmy's car.
What could they be used for in the future? What's the, like, is it possible that there are errors here that could, really mess up somebody's day that wasn't involved in anything?
Nothing can go wrong.
I don't know. I guess how accurate is it all? That's really my biggest concern.
Okay, so let's walk down the road of some unanswered questions
All right.
here, right? I think my first question, what is the line for the crime they'll use it for? You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like most everyone in America would be okay with someone that's committed a violent crime and is an immediate danger to others to be caught using these cameras.
Yeah.
Like no one's going to argue that. But there also has to be a bottom crime too.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Lowest infraction.
Like if somebody grabs $40 worth of groceries out of Wegmans and runs, are the cameras used for that? If somebody hasn't paid child support and that person has a warrant out for their arrest, are the cameras used for that? Is it only violent stuff? Because I mean, technically, a car theft is not a violent crime.
True.
But they said they'd be using them for that. So, like, where is the line of these cameras will now be put into use to find this person?
All right, so we don't know. But they're not saying.
I mean, nobody's asked the question, to be fair, so I would like to know.
All right.
And, like, is there going to be, like, protocol of we do not use these unless it is for X, Y, Z? Can they all of a sudden decide we need to find this person, put in their information, and we're going to go get them?
It seems like the future's going to be these cameras, right? They're going to be all over.
I mean, the fact that it's gone from Greece to potentially Monroe County in a matter of 5 months. 4
Other
months.
countries have them all over the place all the time.
Okay, well, you're doing it again.
All over, everywhere,
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time.
You're doing it again, man. Because they just read license plates.
I
These aren't
understand
like
that.
China or England where it's like CCTV. All
But they've gone down that road. It looks like we're heading in that direction. Because China right now has got them everywhere. Like, they know if you're holding
you been?
cheese. Yeah. If you're holding cheese, they know it.
Wait, that's weird because from what I heard in the break room, there ain't no cheese in
Yeah,
China.
and they're going to keep it that way. They go, that guy's got Gouda on him. Go get him.
I think America's too big to pull that off.
Too big. China's huge.
What do you mean?
They're doing it.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like there are more major cities in America than there are in China.
No.
I don't
China's
know.
like-
I don't think.
China has way more bigger population and bigger cities than we do.
I understand, but I thought that there were a lot of people in a few cities as opposed to America that has a lot of people in a lot of cities.
No, China has multiple 20 million.
Multiple 20
China
million.
has-
Yeah,
China has multiple 20
do you
million
think they got-
population. It sounds
yeah,
like you're
no.
reading it from the government. China has multiple 20 million population. Go, USA,
they got
Yankees,
you.
Yankees, Yankees.
They have a lot of Chinese people over there.
Yeah, no, they have. Okay,
stacking up.
I'm gonna read you what Google says. China has numerous major cities with 18 megacities,
Okay.
cities with a population over 10 million.
Oh, well, good for them.
Additionally, there are 105 cities with an urban population over 1 million.
Okay, so you're concerned then, now that I'm wrong about China, and I apologize to all the people of China,
Yeah.
Just giving you the facts.
just the Chinese facts. Your concern is this is going to lead to legitimate
not
closed-circuit television.
I'm not concerned. I mean, I am concerned, but I'm saying
I didn't mash my foot on
This
that
is-
guy's couch.
this is just the way it's going, man.
Okay.
I mean, if they have this technology, they're gonna expand it.
Also,
I mean, to me, it's the future.
what would stop like private businesses from implementing the same technology where you may be on camera all the time anyways without really knowing
I
it?
think they already have it.
That's what I mean.
But here's the difference. And again, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about how the Monroe County Public Safety Board voted to add LPR, license plate reading cameras, to a whole bunch of places all across Monroe County. There would be 144 of them in 85 different locations. These are the same cameras that the town of Greece started a couple of months ago. The county is waiting for a legislative vote to get them approved. If so, they'd be everywhere. Kimmy, you had asked if private businesses are using them, what's the big deal? I can stay off of the property of private business.
Well, not necessarily. What if it's pointing towards the road or, you know what I mean? Like they could point their cameras in any direction.
Understood. I'm going to go ahead and make an assumption here
Yeah.
that you're not going to do that because that seems like a massive violation of people's civil rights, privacy rights, right?
Yeah, and they're not going to do anything that's bad business.
Well,
That
we
makes them
wouldn't
look
know.
bad.
We
Yeah, you
wouldn't
wouldn't know.
Well, you will know eventually because somebody's going to get popped, and then
Okay.
you're going to know how they got popped.
Okay.
So they want to make money.
Okay, so let's loop around back to a question you had asked a second ago because there's a lot of questions here.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of questions. So when it comes to the folks who get approval, all right, so the Monroe County Sheriff's Department said sworn officers will get to see them, and folks who get approval from Monroe County Sheriff's officers will get to see them. I think it is important we know which circumstances other individuals would get to see the camera.
That's a good point.
Like, is that a lawyer? Because that would be understandable.
All right.
Okay. Is that an insurance company? Because now we're starting to get problematic.
Cha-ching.
Is that an outside company looking to collect data for different projects? Because that
Okay.
would be super problematic.
Yeah.
But I think that's a fair question because we've seen information like this used in that way before where people just didn't ask the question.
Yeah.
But I think the most problematic issue could come from who's actually allowed to use these.
All right.
So,
Who's operating
Well,
them?
okay, let me put it this way. It says sworn Monroe County Sheriff's
Yeah.
officers have access. All right, Tommy, we've seen stories of folks who work in law enforcement, police, prosecutors, even some judges arrested for using the technology they have now to stalk people.
Yeah.
All right? Now, here's the thing. I am not suggesting that every member of law enforcement is going to run to a computer to see what their 8th grade girlfriend is doing.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not even suggesting it would be a common story. However,
Yeah.
when you roll out this kind of technology, I think the first question you have to ask is, what would people with the worst intentions do with it?
Okay.
And how that could affect the lives of people just minding their own business. Because when you go, it's not that big a deal, we'll talk to the people that have been in that situation being followed around before.
I mean, it would have to be like, a crazy scenario would be like if, like a sheriff
Yeah.
had a kid on a radio show that runs his mouth all the time
Uh-huh.
and constantly, makes fun of him.
Sure.
I want to keep an eye on his loud flapping mouth.
Well, he's got a
And
history.
maybe his portly brother, too. They seem to be in cahoots lately on a podcast.
If there's one person I'm not worried about following me based on family history,
Yeah, is that?
we got messages coming in.
Yeah.
On Instagram, the easiest way to get us, Duffy on WCMF. James writes us, and I feel like there's sarcasm here, so I'm going to
Okay.
read it like it might be sarcasm.
Uh-huh.
All right. James writes, I mean, we travel with our cell phones voluntarily, and they track us all the time. If that technology worked, it wouldn't need this.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, if your argument is, well, we already have X, fine.
Yeah.
Let's keep it that way. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
get it. Look, I understand why people are gung-ho about this. I do feel, though, you got to ask questions
Well, yeah,
here,
you
man.
do, you do.
got to ask questions because the second this door gets cracked, you can't close that door again.
Right. But I say that point doesn't exist because it's coming anyway.
It's coming.
Man. Yeah. It's going to happen.
Why hasn't it happened already if it was going to happen?
Well, we're getting there. Takes time. Getting there takes time, Pat.
Before you know it, cheese illegal in the state of New York.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting a lot of blowback. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bob. Bob says, I don't understand why you don't want people to be safe. Want people to feel safe in their communities. This makes me feel safe, and I am for cameras on every single corner to read license plates. Does it make you feel safer?
No. I mean, the people that anybody that says that it makes me feel safe, they never feel safe because that's always in their mind. Like my brother is constantly concerned about his safety, even though he says he feels safe.
Okay.
But that's all he talks about, and that's all he worries about. So he'll never be satisfied. You know what I mean?
Kimmy, does this make you feel safer?
Not safer. I'm thinking more of like the main thing that came to my mind when I heard about this whole thing in the beginning was I think we all know at this point somebody who's had their car stolen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all have a personal story about it. And my first thought was, well, maybe we can make life easier for those people with this type of technology. It was more of like a recovery effort than it was like a preventing crime.
But what I find interesting about the car argument,
Yeah.
okay, and you're right, this will help recover stolen
Yeah.
cars. But it doesn't stop your car from getting
No,
stolen.
No, it
that's what I mean.
doesn't.
It doesn't stop the crime. It may help you solve the crime.
And okay, so to that point, that we have more Facebook messages coming in. Again, WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jan. Jan says, if people know they're going to get caught, they'll stop stealing cars and driving them all around Monroe County. That's what these cameras are best for. I disagree with
Yeah,
that.
that's not going to do anything for a kid with nothing to lose and time in his hand stealing a car.
Because, I mean, they ditch them pretty fast most of the time. It's just a
It's
matter of,
mostly
like
for
I said,
joyride.
locating the car.
And that's the point, right? Like, you're not
Yeah.
going to have the car thief's information on the registration, and the second they get out of the car, now it's back to old-fashioned police work again. So, look, I think we have to be careful
Yep.
how we react when we're afraid. Because, look, this weekend, for example, it was a scary weekend countywide. There was a shooting at a gas station in Henrietta. A 9-year-old kid was hit by a
Yeah.
stray bullet. And by the way, that kid's going to be okay. Did you
Yes.
see that story?
Yeah, so it went through a Red Bull cooler and hit the kid.
Yeah, and it wasn't deep at all. The kid, they interviewed his parents on Sunday. He was playing video games.
Yeah.
He was shot 2 days before. Very scary.
Yeah.
There was a shooting in a parking lot in a movie theater in Gates. Both of those victims, non-life-threatening injuries. And I get it. I get it. You turn on the news and you see this stuff and you think to yourself, anything you do to keep me safe is good.
Yeah.
But,
There are
you do-
cameras in all those places.
yes.
Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, and, yes, but further. You have to give up things without realizing it for this feeling of safety. And I think you hit it on the head. If you are at a point where you are scared now, you will always be
Yeah,
scared.
you're always going to be that person, no matter what.
And most importantly, not to get on a soapbox here, but like just because folks believe something will be effective to stop crime doesn't necessarily mean it will be effective to stop crime.
Right.
And I'll give an example of the red light cameras that were a complete disaster that they had to get rid of.
Yeah.
You believe that the construction cameras are no good, even though they caught how many people,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
People are still speeding through construction cameras. We're going to see the data on that.
People weren't paying the bill. Remember that on the red light cameras downtown?
Yeah.
They were just stiffing.
Absolutely.
Because
And,
they had to write a check to some company in Arizona.
and I mean, the examples of the front door cameras, the ring cameras, the data has found that has not dropped crime in any way. In fact, a guy was arrested here at Rochester over the weekend for stealing a ring camera. So, look, I get it, and maybe we're wrong. Maybe this shows up, and everyone lives in harmony, and there isn't a single problem, and no privacy violations happen, and all the crime goes away.
Yes.
Right? But we haven't seen that happen yet.
No.
Oh.
But everybody's paranoid, right? You're worried.
Well, yeah, because I hear we're going to be turning to China soon. Cameras everywhere, 18 million people cities, and not a cube of cheese in sight. Let's take a break.
All right.
All right. Speaking of crime, this is a crime,
Okay.
right? Happened out east. And it's bad. It is very bad. Now, luckily, no one was in a situation where they could have been hurt, but there were a lot of people in this moment that thought this could be the end.
All right.
And it's wrong, and you should never do this.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
What happened?
When you hear the details of this story, kind of get it.
Oh.
Kim, you kind of get
It
it?
sounds scary at first, but I guess I can wrap my mind around how somebody could get there.
A lot of people going to relate to this thing this man allegedly did. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CM. You've been working a job all day.
Yeah.
Doesn't pay you enough.
Mhm.
A job that doesn't give you any respect.
No.
And you're dealing with customers that may not be treating you right. It sucks. And it makes you crazy.
You know?
But it's important to maintain. Not go too far. Do something you're going to regret.
All right.
And that's some advice one young guy could have used before an incident over the weekend.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, the NFL draft has come and gone. We have 9 new members of the Buffalo Bills, but we are not done with it.
Wait, what's left?
Well, Tommy Muley made some predictions on Thursday. We couldn't get this done on Friday because some of the predictions went throughout the whole weekend.
Oh, okay.
We have a very special draft edition of a Muley post-game excuse Monday coming up just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Victor.
What happened in Victor?
Well, it starts with an employee at McDonald's. Police say a 21-year-old employee of the restaurant got into an argument with some customers, and we don't know what the argument was about. But at some point, it ended up in the parking lot.
We take this hat off and just take it outside.
That's when authorities say the 21-year-old employee went into his car and started waving around what appeared to be a semi-automatic pistol at those customers. So things got supersized real quick. Somebody called the police because, obviously,
Yeah.
the good news,
Yeah.
no shots were fired.
Okay.
Because it turns out he did not have a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, so it was a fake?
Yeah, BB gun.
All right.
Yeah.
But they said it looked like a real gun, just not a real gun.
Yeah.
That's still illegal, by the way. And because
Threatening somebody with a fake gun?
exactly because he allegedly pulled it out trying to get those people to leave, he is in trouble. The 21-year-old was charged with menacing and criminal possession of a weapon. He's got a court date coming up. All right, so we'll start the conversation with this.
All right.
Obviously,
Yes.
do not do what this man is accused of
Yes,
doing, right?
of course.
It's stupid.
Too far, Pat.
Yes, and if the kid's convicted, he could have a record for the rest of his life. You assume he's going to lose his job.
Oh, yeah.
Bad, bad, bad stuff.
Mm.
That being said,
Yeah.
kind of get it, right?
Getting that pissed off at a customer?
Kinda,
Sure.
kinda
Oh,
get
yeah.
it. Give me, you kind of
Yeah.
get it. You kind of get it.
Yeah. I mean, that just may have been like the thing that tipped you over the edge that day too, because it may have been a whole day full of jerk customers, and these people were just the ones that made you lose it.
So the company I worked for, Winn-Dixie Quick Check, I worked for them in the 1970s when you thought the gun laws were loose now. There was no gun laws back in the 70s, really, in South Florida.
Okay,
It was against company policy for you to have a firearm at work,
gotcha.
and they knew why.
Could you keep it in your car?
Probably, but you couldn't have it. Now, they didn't check you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
But they had and they knew why you shouldn't
Yeah.
have a gun at work.
Okay, so obviously gun at work, bad.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right, okay, but if you've ever worked in retail, the food service industry, any job
yeah.
where you've had to deal with customers, you've had a day or two.
Oh, yeah.
You've thought about it.
And people
you have
can
thought
be-
about what you would use on that one customer that comes back all the time.
You
Okay, let's that
well,
seems
your
that seems
butt,
too far.
No, but everybody
Put it in
does.
that.
Everybody does.
and I don't think you really realize how truly awful people can be
Yeah.
until you work one of those jobs.
Agreed. If you've
Yeah.
never had a job, look, and it always blows my mind people that I meet that have never had a job like that.
Yeah.
Because
How rude and cruel people can be.
yes, I always assume that everybody at some point in their teens or
Has
20s,
dealt with it, right?
yeah, had to work like a front-facing customer service job. But there are people that don't, and they don't
Yeah.
get it. Like this story specifically, with this 21-year-old accused of waving a BB gun around, people thinking it's a semi-automatic pistol after an argument in Victor while he was working at McDonald's in the parking lot. It's one of those stories where not knowing the person, you go, oh, that's bad. But if you did know the person, you would immediately defend their character,
Yeah.
despite the allegations.
Because it grinds on you. And even the kindest people I have seen when I worked in food retail lose their crap on customers. And it's hysterical when it happens.
Well, it'll make you insane.
It does. For that moment, you'll see that switch.
Well, like,
Because
but
everybody's got it. Everybody's got their breaking point.
no, you're absolutely right, and that's why I think that this story, despite being scary, is a sympathetic story for a lot of people. Because, like, and when I say it'll make you insane, I don't mean that one customer. I mean working that job every day.
Yeah.
Right. Like you
It
start,
wears you out.
you really start to question working jobs like that. What is right and what is wrong? Because you are tired, you are underpaid, you are underappreciated, you're at the end of your rope, and now this person is going to stand across from you and give you all the business for no reason. Is it wrong to do something about it? Like you start having these debates in your head.
Yeah.
What is the definition of right and wrong anymore? What is justice in this cruel world we're living in a polyester polo shirt with a name tag on it?
Yeah.
Let me free from this prison, Thomas. And it is wrong. It's wrong. But in the moment, it feels so right.
Oh, yeah. It feels good.
Let me ask you a question.
Go.
I'm going to start with Kimmy because I think I know your answer.
Okay.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you roll over on a coworker if you knew they effed with a customer in a bad way?
What do you mean by so?
Well,
This person comes in, causes a scene or
Not
problem,
cause a scene. He's just a dick. He's just a dick customer.
and the coworker handles it not by the book.
Well, let me give you an example. Let's say we knew a guy who I don't know, worked behind the counter of like a grocery store.
Okay.
Let's
Right.
go with like the meat cutting
Okay.
department.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I can
yeah.
picture this. Yeah.
Good guy, probably.
And he's got a customer just you know, it's all it's grading on him, grading on
Yeah.
him. This customer brings back
Yeah.
something, goes, "Oh, this is terrible," when it was
Yep.
in fact fine. So that coworker of yours,
Yeah.
then goes in the back,
Yeah.
gets new meat,
Yep.
Right.
wipes his you know what with that
Ooh.
meat.
His
Okay.
bare rectum.
Yep.
Yep. Packages it up and gives it to that customer. Kimmy, let's say you saw your coworker do
I
that.
witnessed it with my own eyes.
The exact thing that Tommy
Now I'm
Mulay
scarred.
admitted that he did on the air. Would you tell someone?
No,
Wow.
I'm not saying anything because you know what?
That was my buddy Don, man. He was
It's
cool.
just as
You had a coworker watch you do it?
I thought I've told this story before.
You
yeah.
told about the wiping. You
Oh,
didn't say there were witnesses.
Oh, yeah. He was laughing
By
his
the way,
ass.
yeah, because it's just as satisfying for you as it is for
Oh, yeah.
the guy who's doing it. Because this guy's taking care of the problem for you. You get to join in on his satisfaction for this person who's being a dick, and you don't even have to do anything.
Bro, I had this Iron roast, straddling it back. I was lumberjacking it back and forth like this. It was like ass floss. I'm going, Donnie, and he's howling with laughter. And I slapped that goddamn meat back in the tray, wrapped her up, handed it to that old dick.
Okay, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
Look, I get the justice you feel
Yeah.
doing it. I get the justice you feel watching it. If your coworker gets caught
Oh, yeah.
and it turns out that you were aware of what happened,
Yeah, I
you're
understand.
also not only are you fired, I don't know, are you facing charges?
Oh, I
for
would have been
that?
arrested.
I know
And-
you are for
yeah,
doing it.
What
I'm
I
asking.
did, and he witnessed it. I'm assuming he's. I'm fired and arrested. He's definitely fired.
Like, Kimmy, could you imagine being deposed to describe in court your coworker
Well, you're going to be
wiping
anyways,
his...
right? Whether you tell somebody or not.
No, but that's, well, yeah, you're probably right. But at least, I don't know. Like, I want to say I would say something, but I'm kind of with you guys. Like, that satisfaction of watching it.
And let me tell you,
Yeah.
somebody do it again.
Like
Say,
that person is doing what you would like what you've pictured yourself doing. Maybe not so much that specific thing, but there is that satisfaction of, well, at least somebody's doing something.
you can't
about it.
imagine the satisfaction I got having that cold red meat between the cheeks of my butt.
By the way, you could have
Rubbing
gotten
back
sick
and forth.
doing that.
What's that?
Could you have gotten sick doing that?
No.
I think you can get E. coli from the back end, too. I'm not kidding.
You cannot get E.
I don't
coli.
know, it's
you would have
raw.
to insert something.
Bro,
But it touched your
goes in.
Space.
How?
Kimmy,
you know how tight that area is? Mine's tight. I don't
Yeah,
think
but-
it wouldn't
thin
But
see.
it's
skin.
touching. Yeah, it's touching.
It's thin skin.
I have very
You didn't wash
thick-
yourself after, did you?
You
It
carried a...
just sat.
Yeah, I had
on
to
your
because it was
skin.
wet.
Well, bro, if
Okay.
you fart...
No, I had red meat juice on my butt, so I had to. I probably went in and wiped. I'm sure I did because it would
yeah,
have been too
if you
sticky.
wiped, it would have gotten up in there.
Not like that.
Oh, you don't wipe like that?
This-
All right, time
this-
to go away. Ah!
like this.
Kimmy, can you
This
Google
is
it?
something I'm googling right now.
I'm telling you, I think you
And
can
by the
get
way,
it.
the meat would have to
Yes,
have E.
yes.
coli on it.
I understand.
I mean, because it could have parasites or bacteria that could get.
Oh, God, if you got a parasite
There.
in your rectum from wiping yourself with that.
I would still do it.
The risk of infection is lower than if you ate it,
Well,
but
that dude
it's
ate
still
it.
possible.
The dude ate it and told me it was the best he's ever tasted. That's a grade A fact.
from that grade A meat.
ass.
252 WCMF, this story, or this conversation starting off, a story out in Victor. Again, a 21-year-old employee over the weekend got into an argument with customers. We don't know what it was about, but at some point, the argument ended up in the parking lot. Authorities say the 21-year-old employee went to his car and started waving around what appeared to be a semi-automatic pistol at the customers. Someone called the cops. Good news. It was not a semi-automatic pistol. It was a BB gun. Bad news for the kid.
Yeah.
It's still illegal. According to police, he has been charged with menacing and criminal possession of a weapon. He has a court date coming up.
Do you think that I'm gonna shift the perspective here to the person who got the BB gun pulled on them.
Okay.
After an incident like that, if you are such a dick that the person that's helping you flips out in any way, shape, or form, like they just lose it on you, does it make you think twice, like, or do you learn it all from that incident?
No.
Or will you forever just be the person that continues to push employees' buttons?
This further justifies you were right.
He's
This
right.
guy's a kook.
Yep.
He's a nut.
He's right.
He shouldn't
Because-
even be employed there. They should have done a background check on that. I can hear my father right now. They should have done a background check. A lunatic with a goddamn gun.
But if you hear the story, my first thought was like, oh, I wonder what those people did.
But
Yeah.
because we had that job, like Kimmy, Tommy's right.
My father never had a job like that.
Yeah.
If you had the self-awareness to realize you made a mistake on the back end, you would have had the self-awareness to not do whatever happened in the beginning.
You
And
would have never been in that position. You're
here's
right.
the thing. We are being unfair because we have no idea if something
No.
led up to this
I
weapon.
understand.
I'm just inserting every incident
Yeah.
I've ever had with a customer
No.
as a
You're right.
kid in
You're
this situation. But with all that in mind, with everything we just talked about, it is amazing that having the job or not having the job like this, that people still treat these workers the way they do sometimes. Because you have no idea how short their fuse is, man.
All right.
Yeah.
And, like, let's be real. Like, with a job where you're making minimum wage, maybe a little more,
And handling your food.
you don't need that job. Like, a lot of these people need the job, but they can go find another job like it pretty
Yeah,
easy.
because you ain't got nothing to lose, man.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
when people that with nothing to lose it, yeah, you got a problem.
Amen,
I'm more
brother.
afraid of what that person's going to do to my food than them threatening violence.
No, I would
Well,
rather.
based on the last conversation.
I'll eat an Asperger over taking a bullet.
Well, no, I'm not. Yeah.
Ooh,
but
where'd you go? Shot in the shoulder, or you have to eat a steak that was on my bare
A
ass.
steak every time. I don't want to get shot. I'm not happy
In
about
the
it.
shoulder.
Yeah, bro. There's serious.
You have to watch me do that meat, and then I'm gonna cook it for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat the meat every single time.
All right.
What about
right.
loogie milkshake?
Yeah,
You're
look.
going to drink that milkshake?
It's gross. I'm getting sick thinking about it. Shot? You'd rather be shot.
Oh, no.
You'd rather
There's
be shot with
there's
a gun.
In the
There's some
chest,
pretty-
no damage.
No, there's nothing to stop that bullet from getting
There's
through.
some pretty disgusting things that people could do to your food. And I guess the beauty of it is you wouldn't know.
There is
No, you have to
nothing.
watch.
There is nothing you could do to my food
Yeah.
where I would choose shot
All
with
right.
a gun over that. Think about what you just said.
All right.
Shot with a gun. What? Okay, loogie milkshake shot. What would you choose?
Oh, I'm taking a milkshake.
Okay.
I don't like pain.
Me going straight. I'm one of these guys. I don't know if you know this
I
about
don't
me.
pay. Some guys,
All right, I wipe myself with a steak and cook it on my Blackstone. I serve it to you.
or
Or
on the
shot.
Blackstone.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't say the Blackstone. I'll take Blackstone ass steak any day of the week.
Blackstone ass steak. Don't Google it.
Don't get shot.
There's the moral of the story, right? All right. The NFL draft is come and gone.
Yeah.
Bills fans not thrilled that they waited until the 7th round to take a wide receiver, but that's neither here nor there because Tommy made some predictions last week.
Oh yeah, buddy.
And we knew about our first round pick on Friday, but Tommy made some predictions that went into the weekend.
Yeah.
So today we find out
Okay.
if Tommy's predictions rang true. A very special Muley post-game excuse Monday draft edition next here in the break room. Let's see that. Oh, it's time to pay the piper, whore.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're coming aggressive right out of the gate.
Oh, my God.
The NFL draft has come and gone. There are now 9 new members of the Buffalo Bills. We talked earlier this morning, Kimmy, about the despair some Bills fans had. They did not take a wide receiver till the 7th round.
Yeah.
That guy's probably not going to have much of an effect. But all of that does not matter right now.
Yeah.
Because for folks that didn't want to stay up till 11:30 or watch any of the draft with the first-round pick, you were offering a service.
Yes.
You were going to tell them exactly how it went. And now we're going to find out how right you were.
Which I nailed it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Tommy made his picks Thursday. We discover them today. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's do the damn thing.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Ulay Excuse Post Game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick from Tommy on Thursday here on CMF. Over under 1/2 a pick in the first round for the Bills tonight.
So now you're making me think you got to go early.
Oh, you're an expert. What's going to happen?
Then I think I got to go late.
Will you make a damn pick?
No, all right. He goes to the first. Yeah, he makes a pick in the first round.
So you're going over 1/2 a pick tonight for the Buffalo
He
Bills.
jumps.
Okay, was that
Jumps
so,
early. He snaps.
Was that so hard? Wait,
No, because I was thinking he was going to go later. But
so then take the second round.
No.
Go with your gut.
No, you know what he's doing? He's hedging his bet here to be
No,
like,
no,
see,
no. My
I
pick is in.
say, but then I said,
No, my pick is in.
All right, so to
You
be
guys
clear,
make it so difficult.
to be clear, you are over 1/2 a pick made by the Bills in the first round tonight.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
Ooh, out of the gate.
But we knew that one on Friday. Mad Max Harrison from Kentucky, a corner.
Funny
And
guy.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Hype man.
yeah.
Big handshake guy.
Oh, yeah.
With the information we now have a couple days later, Kimmy, it doesn't seem the Bills were going to move out of that spot for anything.
Oh, you're saying like they were guaranteed to make a first round pick?
So the New York Giants were, I saw an interview with one of their front office guys, Joe Shane, former Buffalo Bills assistant general manager.
Yeah.
And he had said that they were always planning to get back in to draft a quarterback in the first, which they did on Thursday night. He said they started to panic because nobody in the back end was ready to move. They all wanted to stay put. So it seems, Kimmy, that the Bills, they were rock solid. They had a couple of guys, and whoever fell to them were going to be going. So congratulations.
Look at that.
You're 1-0. Mm-hmm. Look at that. All right, way to start off the new season.
Look at that.
Let's get to our second pick, draft edition from Tommy here on CMF. What I'm talking about is a trade for an actual
guy.
active NFL player. Over under 1/2 a trade made for a player this weekend by the Bills.
I think Cook is done. Because it sounds like they don't want to pay him,
Okay.
and he doesn't want to be here.
He is under contract for 1 year.
I don't care. You can wipe yourself with that contract.
You
that
look
kid
like
doesn't-
his busted agent right now.
I would tell the kid to walk.
Yeah, that's why you're his busted agent.
Well, actually run because he's good at that.
Pull your-
But it sounds like the kid does not want to be there.
It does. It sounds
So
like he
it's
wants.
like they've got to make a move. They got to start thinking about the future, like you said.
Are you predicting the Bills this weekend are going to trade James Cook?
Yes.
You're an idiot.
They're going to get rid of
okay.
him.
Well,
You're
that's
the
a-
dumbest
They're going to
person.
Doubling
blow
down
his
on this,
ass
huh?
out because they're too chintz to pay the kid.
You didn't have to say that. You could have just said over 1/2 a player. Trade.
That's how I go, baby.
Okay.
I go big.
So to be clear,
Yeah.
you are over
Bye-bye, Cooksy.
1/2 a trade made for a player by the Bills.
And I hope he lights it up.
Okay. So first off, the Bills made no player trades during the draft.
Big mistake.
But secondly,
Big mistake.
James Cook's still a Bill because of course he's still a Bill.
And he's not happy about it.
Okay, thank God.
But
General
they didn't take a running back.
They did, but yeah, late. Or didn't take it.
No,
No,
I'm
you
saying they
did not
didn't.
take it right. You're
Yeah.
right. Thank God, General Manager Brandon Beane is not as emotional as some Bills fans have gotten in the last 2 weeks over the James Cook thing. Because you, Tommy, believe James Cook is too good for the Bills now.
Well, he had a great season, and the kid wants to get paid.
Okay, Kimmy, some Bills fans want him gone because they feel he is not appreciating this team enough.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. Like, this is really the first time in a while where the Bills have kind of had this debate in the offseason.
Guy stands
with
up for
a
himself.
Situation, yes.
No, I want him to get paid.
Sticks it to the man.
Okay. Tommy, you don't just lose a player like that, okay? First of all, if they want to, not only is he under contract next year, they can also franchise tag him for 2 more years. So they could, if they wanted to, control his rights for up to 3 more years. They were not going to trade him.
Sucks for the kid.
Stupid.
I
yeah.
feel bad for the kid.
Really sucks to be able to highlight in a contract year what you can do on arguably the best offense in the NFL. Oh, no, shucks.
Takes many players to make a team, Patrick.
Yes, that's the argument, is to not paying him.
But you need him.
Takes many players to make a team. You need him. You're 1-1.
All right,
Not bad.
50-50. Come
Okay.
on.
Let's get to our third Muley post-game excuse draft edition Monday pick here in the break room at CMF. Over under 1/2 a quarterback taken by the Bills in the draft this weekend.
Bro, they got this bullpen of bums. They're not worried about some goddamn kid.
If you have a bullpen of
Yeah,
bums, wouldn't you
you're-
want to improve your bullpen?
I don't think you need it. I think Josh is the guy. He seems to be bulletproof.
I'm not.
He's
Oh my God!
injury-proof.
Shut up!
Nothing happens
Shut
to this
up.
kid.
Shut up!
He's
Shut
like
up.
a self-healing organism.
Shut up!
I don't think you need to look at a
Shut
quarterback,
up.
some
Shut up!
Organism.
two-lane douche.
Why are you doing this?
Don't talk about JP Lossman that way. Look, man, I'm telling you, if you think, as you put it, they have a. I'm gonna punch you.
Stella.
Leave my daughter out of this. Over under 1/2 quarterback
They
taken.
ain't taking a goddamn quarterback, son.
Congratulations.
Ooh.
The Bills did not draft a quarterback over the weekend, although quarterbacks were just flying off the board all
Yeah,
over
they
the
were.
place.
But I thought there was
Not
any,
the ones
there wasn't
people
any
thought.
good quarterbacks this draft.
It was supposed to be a weak quarterback class up top, but normally, as you get in the later rounds, teams have no problems
Yeah.
burning 5th, 6th, 7th round picks on a potential project.
All right.
The Bills did, however. Oh no, they. So I saw a story that they signed an undrafted free agent quarterback that's Canadian.
Oh.
But I have not seen that confirmed anywhere but the one spot that I read it. So the Bills are going to go into this season with the quarterbacks they got on their roster right now.
They seem to be happy.
Okay, that's fine. Just weird. I still don't think. I think Mitchell Trubisky's going to have a hard time making this roster based on the $2 million they could save cutting him loose. You might need that money.
Yeah, I mean, well, who else do you have? You have
Mike White.
Is he still there?
And Shane Buechele, Buki,
Yeah, you might
Bakaluga,
take your chances.
Baccaccini.
Oh, Italian kid.
Yeah, maybe they'll cut Mitch Trubisky to give more money to James Cook.
Ooh, will they do that?
Why are you excited for that guy to lose his job,
I
and you
know.
think James Cook's fighting a man?
Well, because
I
nobody
mean, if
cares
we're
about
down to
Mitch.
Trubisky, we're kind of screwed anyway, so it doesn't matter who you got there.
I'm with you. All right, you're 2-1, man. You're 2-1.
Looking good in a very difficult draft.
Could you start this season with a winning record?
What?
Oh my God!
We may be up, bro.
Let's get to our final pick from Tommy's draft. Tommy tells it like it is here on CMF.
Not so fast, buddy. I say a celebrity's going to show up at your little draft party in Green Bay, and he's going to make a scene.
What kind of celebrity we talking?
A big celebrity.
Tonight, you're saying?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Probably be some
No,
celebrities.
no, Bill Gray's.
There is a celebrity at Bill Gray's.
No, they decided to go with no names this week.
Wait, at least they went with somebody whose mouth works. You bitch.
My mouth was working fine last night. Yeah, buddy.
I'm not asking a follow-up question.
Yeah. Oh, I was at Bill Gray's. I had some chicken wings. Very good.
Who's the big celebrity at the
He's
draft?
going to make a scene.
Okay, what do we got?
Aaron Rodgers is showing up at this draft
No,
party.
he's not showing up at the draft.
That's his house. It's Green Bay. He's looking for work.
You
He
think-
is going to show up tonight.
No.
He
You
will
think
be
he's
on.
going to make a pick? You think
Oh
he'll be
no,
at the
no,
podium?
no! I just said he's going to show up. He's going to be on camera.
Oh,
Maybe
like,
not
that's
even
too far.
invited. He's going to make a scene.
He's not going to show up in Green Bay.
They may break out the tasers, but it
Shut
could
up.
get ugly.
So your bonus pick.
Aaron Rodgers makes a scene.
Makes
tonight.
a scene.
He embarrasses himself.
Oh.
Runs his mouth. Yeah, you will be talking about Aaron Rodgers tomorrow morning after your little Green Bay party.
Okay. Nope. No.
Didn't hear much about Aaron Rodgers this weekend.
Kimmy, Danger
They
had
didn't even mention him during the draft.
So we had Mike Danger and Ryan, my brother, in on Friday, and Danger had an interesting theory
Yeah.
that he was waiting to sign. Aaron Rodgers was waiting to sign with the Steelers to try and steal some of the shine off of the draft
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
him attention. That didn't even happen over the weekend.
Nope.
Which was kind of the direction I was going.
No, it wasn't. And by the way, that is also a stupid idea if you're Aaron Rodgers because all of the front office people are working on the draft, so there's no one there to even be like, okay, here's a contract for you to
Right.
sign. You know what I'm saying?
Not
Like
their
they're all
priority right now.
occupied. The Steelers didn't take a quarterback, if I'm not mistaken.
No, and I think that was what everybody was waiting to see. Didn't happen.
Okay, can someone explain something to me real quick?
What's that?
I understand this is a Bills-centric segment here. Aaron Rodgers is yet to sign in Pittsburgh. He's starting to make you look stupid. He's been making you look stupid.
Well,
There-
yeah, and he keeps, teasing, am I going to retire? Am I going to come back? I'm only going to come back if it's for the right situation.
You had leverage going into the draft because you could have taken a quarterback in the first 3 rounds to be your starter.
Yeah.
You don't have that leverage anymore. It's gone. You need Aaron Rodgers or it's over.
Well, who's their quarterback now? Russell Wilson?
Well, I think
Russell Wilson is the quarterback for the New York Giants. The quarterback right now for the Steelers, starting quarterback, is Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, I don't like that name.
A guy that they sent off and then re-signed in the offseason.
Mason Rudolph doesn't sound like an intimidating guy.
It's not. Have you seen him play? Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
I think I was kind of hoping for this to happen. I was hoping the Steelers would take Shedeur Sanders.
Oh.
And that way we would have a Rodgers-Sanders locker room fight. Not like physical fight, but like fight to start.
Okay.
Like I would have been really interested in that
like
dynamic.
a Johnson Flutie situation.
Okay, I'm being corrected. Yes, a Johnson Flutie. I'm being corrected.
They did.
The Steelers took a 6th-round quarterback.
Oh, they did.
National champion Will Howard out of Ohio State. My apologies.
Oh, I did not know that.
But
How
I'm
did
not,
I miss that?
I'm going to assume that you're not taking a 6th-round quarterback to be your starter, right? So it's not like you have 6th round.
I mean, when you have Mason Rudolph,
Okay, but then why would you not
anybody
take?
can compete,
Okay,
right?
all right. So yeah, we just sit and we wait. This is going to be This is a disaster no matter what happens for the Steelers. Either you waited too long and he doesn't come, or he shows up and he Aaron Rodgers is all over your franchise. All over All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This might be the funniest story we hear all week.
Oh, wow.
Well, been a lot of talk of efficiency, cutting the fat.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Saving money in certain types of government situations.
Big theme, yeah.
Okay, so one department was looking to do just that. And the easiest way to do it is when you're looking to get rid of people, ask people to step forward that are ready to leave the company.
Okay.
Right? And they have an idea of how many people are going to step forward to do that. Whoops. And it raises an interesting question.
Okay.
How much money would how much money would it take for you to leave your job right now?
Ooh.
Right now. And we'll get into it next here on CMF. This could be one of the funniest stories of the month.
What happened?
Well, the idea was to thin out employees of this federal department.
Yeah.
Save some money, get things working efficiently again. What they did not anticipate, however, was how many people wanted out. And it does make you wonder, for the average person, what it would take for them to walk from their gig right now. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com.
Ooh, what do I get a score?
Enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock Tribute Pack, which includes a 4-pack of tickets to 3 2025 tribute shows, courtesy of Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in downtown Canandaigua. We're talking shows like Celebrate Southern Rock and the music of Leonard Skinner with High Noon, May 3rd. The Rolling Stones, May 9th, performed by Satisfaction, the International Rolling Stones Tribute Show. And enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings with Band on the Run live May 31st. They went with a...
What's that?
I was thinking. I've heard good things about this Wings Band on the Run. But like you could have... The Beatles or Wings, you went with Wings.
Yeah.
For a tribute, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, maybe the other one's already got enough of
a lot
those.
of others. No Wings tributes.
Yeah, there's nobody out there right now doing Garfunkel. Think about that.
Really? Because I'm looking at your outfit. You look like you're doing Garfunkel.
Don't have the height. I'd have to wear lifts.
If you can't wait to win, you can get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. Back in April,
what happened?
The Federal Department of Transportation.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think the FAA is under that as well. They made an offer to their employees, and they called it deferred resignation.
All right, what does that mean?
Was that word?
What does that mean?
Deferred resignation is you stop working now, and you get to keep your salary and benefits until September.
All right.
So you are getting paid to work.
Paid to walk, basically.
Without working. Yes, you got it. So government leaders wanted to trim the fat, boost efficiency, save the taxpayer dollars. And they made the offer to everyone. When they did that,
what happened?
They got way more takers than they thought they would.
Right.
According to a story in Politico, almost 10% of the entire Department of Transportation opted to take the resignation.
Yeah.
That's 4,700 employees.
And they were not thinking this.
No. And this comes after they already allowed 1,100 DOT workers to take that deal earlier in the year. Now, bosses at the Department of Transportation are bringing people in who said, I would like the resignation, and asking, you sure?
Yeah.
Because it seems they cannot afford to lose that many people. All right.
Yeah.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How many people would leave their job they have right now? Right now. You got to make a decision now for 6 months' salary and benefits.
Ooh. And bennies.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what the offer is.
That's huge.
I mean, look, if you are looking to get out of your gig.
Right. Here's your cushion.
I mean, it is, but 6 months sounds like a long time.
Right, but you're starting fresh in terms of searching for a new job because I'm sure that you weren't looking until that point.
But you got 6 months, and you're getting paid, and your ass is covered. You can go hunt a new gig. And by the way, everybody's coming up short. There's jobs out there.
I think 6 months is going to go faster than you think.
Well, for me, because I'm going to drag my ass, but a go-getter had that thing locked up.
Well, no, but I think you brought up an important point because, like, there is this feeling of, you're right, like, hey, I get an opportunity to go do something new.
Yeah.
This is not a place I want to
And
be anyway.
there's opportunities out there.
Sure,
right
man. The streets are paved with gold.
Popping right now.
That being said, I think it's only human nature if you take that money to give yourself a week, 2, 3 where you don't do anything.
Yeah.
And
I know myself, and I know I'd get really lazy in that time.
And then, like, when you get out of that, Kimmy, everyday habit of, like, doing stuff, well, now it's harder to motivate yourself, so maybe you're not working as hard. I don't know if 6 months would be enough time to do what you think, because you got this old school, like, what you do is you put on a suit with a black tie, you walk into the business, you stick your hand out, look them in the face, and say, I'd like to work for you, sir.
And if you've been out of the game for a while, like, let's say you've had this job for the last 10, 15 years, like, employers may be looking for something different. You may need some help, like, tailoring that resume, or like you may not be as ready as you think you are to dive into the job search.
But that's only one type of employee.
What do you mean by that?
There's also guys like me that are old and or at the end of retirement. They might go, hey, man,
True.
Sorry, so I clipped 2 years at the end of my career, but I'm getting this pay. I can live with it. I
Okay.
can make the numbers work.
You're aware that 6 months is far less than 24 months.
Right, but I can look at it and go, all right, I was planning on 2 years, but I can make it work.
See, this is why you are
I'm out.
so bad with money. I got 2 years left, but 6 months done. Stop thinking.
Sold.
Run out the door.
Yeah, we trim back over here, we cut back a little bit over here. You don't need to be going to Starbucks every day. I'm out.
All right, so we have arguing. You do it because you can go find another job or retire. Kimmy, you say don't do it because of the lack of security here.
Yeah, I just for me, I don't think it would benefit me as much as maybe somebody who is like really ready to leave.
All right, so let's talk about the massive benefits here. By the way, I find it funny you're the one who's like, I wouldn't do it because you make the least amount of money in this room.
You're right,
There
but
is
I
no
also-
job security in this gig.
There isn't, but I also I don't know what I'd move on to.
You're
just
skilled. You're
I would
fine.
be so
Wait, hold on.
lost in that moment.
She's skilled. What skills does she have,
Got all the skills.
for example?
How many jobs would I need anything over here for?
Social media. Very good with it.
No, she's
No, I'm
not.
not. I'm not,
With all due
actually.
respect.
I'm actually terrible with it.
Technology. She hits all the right buttons at the right time.
Technology.
Okay.
But
Right.
what other job
You
would
know
I
the
have?
screens
Oh,
and
you can
everything.
go work. You can go work at the technology department.
Well, she could be a tech person.
The department? No, she couldn't.
No, I have to call her tech person when I'm confused.
We already know you're
This job is
you're a
very
great
tough.
secretary.
It's
Great secretary. You need, maybe spruce up the outfits a little bit. You could get clerical work in a minute.
no, this job would be very tough to translate into a new career.
You
Let him hear
learn-
tape of the show. What you do?
You learn no skills for other jobs in doing
You could
radio.
go in and play that creep cap, and you could get a job.
Like I don't even know what like people that we work with do, or like we don't even use half the stuff that they've been taught to use.
Yeah, no,
you know
she's
what
right.
I mean?
All right, so 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this story that the Federal Department of Transportation offered their employees deferred resignation, paid 6 months and benefits for them to quit right now trying to
Yeah.
trim the fat, and then finding out that almost 5,000 of their workers took it, which was way more than they thought. How many people would leave their job right now for 6 months' salary? If you're not going to leave, what would it take? So as you're thinking of what it would take here, the reasons why, your argument is easy to go find a job, start something new.
Yeah.
Okay. You would have no stress for a little while, and it would be some much-needed rest for most people. So that's enticing.
Just breaking the game, man.
It could also give you a chance at a vacation you've never been able to take.
Oh yeah.
Right? You'd have all that time off. You could. I mean, here's the other thing. Like, if you are scared, Kimmy, of the financial aspect of 6 months, you'd be collecting your salary.
Yeah.
You'd also have nothing but free time. You could work a side hustle
Yeah, that's true.
for
I mean,
a couple
it does
hours a
give you-
day.
You could be an
does give you
influencer.
time to do that.
Shut up.
Why couldn't she influence?
Why do you think
Who is
it's
she influencing?
also it's not
Makes me do stuff.
It's not easy.
No, she doesn't.
And she yells at me all the time. Why couldn't she be an influencer?
What
You
is
would-
she?
it takes time to be an influencer. You have to build up a following.
You
Like
got
you got to
such-
know what you're doing.
You don't think you'll have fans from the show that would buy products you
No, I don't.
Are you? I love
like
Kimmy.
baseball hats, not jewelry,
No, like even if you,
not makeup.
it takes a long time to make money on something like that. But you go be an influencer. You try it.
I'm done.
Like he is literally every baby boomer. All you gotta do is take a
just
video.
gotta post and
Yep.
then you tag stuff.
You post online. I saw a hot one on Facebook the other day.
I'll tell you what you do. You get a case of water, you head down to the park, and you sell it. Then you go, and then you live off a bag of apples. But a buddy of mine's teaching his boys how to do that right now. And Lord knows they need it.
Okay, so going back to the reasons not to do it.
All right.
All right, so Kimmy, you brought up the fear that 6 months is not enough time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could also look like an idiot 5 years from now. Because, like, there is no job security in this new gig. Not that there's a lot of job
Yeah.
security in a gig that, is offering. But if enough people resign
Mm-hmm.
and you stay put, that could be a golden opportunity to move up in that place. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Right? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
it doesn't open. But if they're cutting back, maybe they're not. Nobody's moving up.
okay, that's another good point. Like, a place looking for resignations is never a place
Yeah.
you
You're
want to
trimming,
be.
right?
Yeah.
And then, by the way, everybody's going to be in a foul mood there because there could be another round of cuts coming, right? You never know when. You never know when they finally put the knife down.
But it is funny. Like, we do know what the number is that they can't afford to lose because
Right.
they've hit it.
Okay.
So you do know where, like, the hammock that catches everybody. Because, look, I understand that plenty of Kodakers understand
Yeah.
that they should have taken buyouts at some point when they didn't, because when it all came to an end, it was a disaster. But this is a government agency. You can't eliminate the Department of Transportation like Kodak could stop being a business.
True.
Right?
But how low? You don't know where the bottom is. And you could be above the bottom.
I'll tell you where the bottom is. When more people start dying, that's where the bottom is, right? Like when things get
when the
really...
cars start piling up on a road.
Exactly. I mean, the other thing too. Yeah, this is tough.
Because let's say you stay, and your buddy walks.
Yeah.
And now he's living the good life, and you're not. Like if I'm close to retirement, and that son of a bitch went out and bought himself a used RV, and him and the OL and their little dog are like traveling the country. Like I'm jealous of it because I'm still schlepping. He walked, and he's living the life.
But for only a temporary period.
I'm
of time.
old. I only got temporary left.
Okay.
I'm on borrowed time at my age.
Would you? Let's say a buddy at work, he decides to leave. He goes off, gets a new job, says it's wonderful. Would you believe that, buddy?
No. But if he was out enjoying life, I would buy into it.
Okay.
Because that's every guy's fantasy,
yeah, but
right?
you're only going to see. He's only going to post on Facebook the good stuff.
Absolutely. But I also want to go out and post the good stuff. I want to go live the lie and post the good stuff. Put that on a T-shirt.
Okay.
Live the lie and post the good stuff. Influencer Tommy Mila.
Get one of them beat-up RVs like your old man has.
Yeah, he was throwing fan belts left and right,
Yeah,
man.
who cares, man? I'm buy new ones.
Kimmy, hearing him talk like this, it establishes every reason your life turned out the way it did. For example, right? Like
You have no hesitation.
No, and like this grass is always greener on the other side. 2 wives in an engagement on his third wife, right? Oh, I have this really good, secure job cutting meat that paid me an equivalent of $80,000 a year today. I'm going to go do stand-up comedy. Oh, I'm going to get out of this school because the other school. Like you just keep blowing things up in your path to go get to something that you then suck at more.
But here I sit.
Sucking.
32 years later.
32 years of hard suck. Tommy Muley in the break room on CMF.
So I'm right.
There's your promo for next week.
So I'm right.
No, I don't know, man. All right, Kimmy, you said that. All right, so you said right now, if you didn't love this job, 6 months would be enough for you to walk.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
How much would they have to give you? How long?
I think it's more time for me.
Okay. So if they offered you a year's salary in Benny's.
I think a year would definitely be enough time for me to do everything I need to do and then find something else. And because you could find actually multiple things in that time, or at least you hope you could, where maybe if the first thing you find doesn't work out, then you could try to move on to something else while still having that safety net of a salary.
You can work at one of them dispensaries. You know all the weed. You know all of it. You tried it all.
I have not tried it all.
You've tried it all, honey.
I wish I was an expert like that. Kind of jealous of those people. They're really enjoying life.
We got Facebook messages, tweets, folks on Instagram. Are you ready for Elijah and his old man take?
There we go.
All right, at WCMF break room, Elijah writes, during COVID, let me do it in the old guy angry voice. During COVID, I was pissed I wasn't laid off and maxing out unemployment. People at home were making more than the essential workers. Pay your salary. I added that last part.
So you don't want to be that guy.
Well, we all become that guy. We all become that guy.
But you don't. But this maybe not. If you can get the money and get out.
Okay, no, because you're gonna have nothing but time to just think about everything you hate, and that brings us to the other point that we did not consider. And this is a great point coming in from Sarah. She says, with all that free time, you'll be spending more money not at work. You can't not work and still get paid because you'll be doing things that cost money all day long. She's right.
What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I hit the
Definitely
liquor
gonna
store,
spend.
cigars. I'm done.
Okay, these days, you cannot walk out of your house without
now
spending.
so the glasses have come off.
Glasses come off.
You're gonna walk out of your damn house because you're $45. You'll go to the goddamn mailbox.
$75. You cannot walk out of your house without spending $75 in today's world. Am I wrong?
No, you are the old man in the room.
Am I wrong?
Am I
Not every
wrong?
time.
Is this America?
I'm sorry.
$75.
I thought this was America. No, I mean, look.
Better in my pocket than theirs.
How much do you spend at Wegmans every day?
Oh God, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's with
Yesterday was a whopper because I got out of control. But
Did somebody give you sugar or something?
No, I went into the seafood department.
Oh, uh-oh.
Loaded up.
No, but you work and still probably spend $50 a day at Wegmans.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I think I would find myself saying you only live once a lot more than I would if I was working during that time. Especially if I'm on vacation. Well, company's paid for it.
But let's take away vacation, Kimmy. Let's say you don't even go on a vacation.
Yeah.
Right? You wouldn't have the ability to say no to
Yeah.
anybody asking you to do anything because, if you have friends and family, like, hey, you want to do this, you want to do that,
Nah,
got
I
to
gotta
work,
work, yeah.
the other thing. No. And every
Yeah, you're
time you
right.
say yes, minimum $75.
Cha-ching.
Yeah. Yeah, the more you think about it, the more terrible an idea this is.
Well, that's what people. I guess that's the dilemma you face when you come close to retirement. Right?
Okay.
How do I make my money work? But this gives you an extra 6 months of planning.
Okay.
I can sit down and plan my retirement while I'm not working.
You would find a way to spend the entire 6 months in 2 weeks. Like tracksuits, trips to sad memorials across the country.
In my new busted ass RV.
All right. There is a man
Yeah.
who will be traveling to a new city to do his job.
Oh.
And this weekend did not go the way he thought it would.
Well, he's just getting started. All right.
Well, yeah. But here's the thing. I mean, everyone thought Shadur Sanders, son of Deion Sanders, was going to be one of the top picks in the NFL.
Yeah.
At least a first-round pick. He was not.
No.
And what makes this story even, I mean, bro, I could not take my eyes off the TV. This was fascinating.
It was big news.
Okay. But we then find out on Saturday
Yeah.
he believed that he had been drafted early
Yeah.
because someone got a hold of his phone number. Okay, you find this hilarious.
Oh, how could you not, man?
Kimmy, you do not think this is funny.
You're in this business and you don't find that
feel
funny?
bad for the kid.
We'll get into it. We'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see you, There is a thin line between funny and mean.
Okay.
And something that happened to someone over the weekend, very famous,
Mhm.
is either one or the other. Because there are a lot of people who do not like this guy and find this very funny.
Yeah.
Even though he is a kid in a very embarrassing
In front
moment.
of a lot of people that he knows and loves.
And he's just waiting for a chance to live his dream.
But this is when you do these things.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The biggest story of the NFL draft this weekend was Colorado quarterback and son of Deion Sanders, Shadur Sanders, plummeting
Yeah.
in the draft. Because a few months ago, Kimmy, he was in contention to be the first number one overall
he
pick.
was in the mix of those first guys taken, and then we saw quarterback after quarterback go.
But it's fascinating how all of this worked out because he was a surefire first rounder 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Then there was speculation a week ago he could fall into the second, maybe. First round went, second, third, then fourth, no pick. And it wasn't until the fifth round.
So that's Saturday?
Yeah, it was on Saturday.
Right.
That the Cleveland Browns called his name, and that was after they had already taken Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback out of Oregon.
Yeah.
They have 5 quarterbacks on their roster. And that's bad for Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
But even worse,
Whatever.
it turns out, while Sanders was waiting for a call from an NFL team, someone got a hold of his cell phone number. And they called him pretending to be the New Orleans Saints, who had interest in Sanders, according to reports.
Right.
They also made this call while the Saints were on the clock.
Yeah. They made it believable.
So the timing was epic.
They planned this whole thing out. They made him think, Shadur Sanders, that the Saints had drafted him. And then after they did the whole talk, he goes, "Well, are you ready to be a Saint?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer." Then hung up the phone.
So they pulled it off. He believed.
So it's recorded on 2 ends.
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders' older brother recorded it from Shadur's end.
Yeah.
The prank callers recorded it from their end.
Not sure why.
And in an even
How
crazy,
they thought that would work out for them.
but in an even crazier twist, we know who the prank callers are.
Yes.
Because they have a famous dad.
And so they also
That's how
kind of
they
know what
got
they're
the
talking
number.
about.
They do.
Right.
Yes. Jeff Ulbrich, who was the interim head coach of the New York Jets last year.
Yeah.
He is now the defensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons. His son made the call. And the Atlanta Falcons had to put out an issue of reprimand and apology for what their defensive coordinator's son did. The kid had to put out his own apology. He then had to call Shadur Sanders and apologize, which credits Shadur Sanders. He took the call because I wouldn't have done it. All right. So there is a massive debate happening online right now. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
What are they saying?
There are some people who find this to be extremely funny.
Yes. I think it's hysterical.
Why is it hysterical?
Because, man, I mean, first of all, the kid's, always running his mouth, big shot, blah, 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 blah. Right. What?
What? Well, I mean, the first one you were right about.
What?
I mean,
Running
you're a
mouth?
little shot. You had to be a little shot.
But, it's punching up. It's hysterical.
Okay. So you look at it as...
And nobody got hurt.
Okay, all right.
Right?
So
I mean, the fact that his stock was falling and you had him.
But that makes it more embarrassing.
Right. That's what makes it so good.
Kimmy, you do not see this as funny.
Listen.
You cannot be in this business and not find this funny.
I totally
She's in this business. She does not find it funny.
Here's why. Because the kid that did it is a bigger dick. Does that make sense? It's
Explain
a game. It's a game
You can't
of
be a bigger
both
dick
of
than
these
Deion
guys.
Sanders' son.
What?
You can't be a bigger dick than Deion Sanders' son.
Wait a minute. You loved this kid last week.
I do. I like him. He's dick.
What is...
I like a good dick. You know, that I appreciate it.
No, look, no one's arguing you like a good dick. Kimmy, I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I can
'cause-
embrace it.
Because even if you don't like Shadur Sanders, it's totally understandable. Listen, he's a guy, you can love him or hate him, but he's in a vulnerable moment in front of his friends and family. He's already falling. He threw himself a party, and that didn't work out because he didn't get drafted in the first round.
So he threw
now-
himself a pre-party,
Well, he threw...
waiting.
Yes, so that's
Every
what I'm saying.
draft pick does that.
Thinking
but his was
he'd be drafted.
sponsored.
Oh,
So
for
like
God's
it,
sakes.
so
A lot of them
as-
were sponsors. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
As the draft is going on, it's just getting more and more embarrassing for this kid. And then you just poured salt into the wound by doing this. And I think it comes down to both of these kids in this situation are unlikable for people, right?
Well, because it's not
but
just...
now not only did this kid steal this? Did he steal the number from his dad somehow?
It was just
How
on
did
an
he get his
open
hands
iPad.
on it?
All right, so I'm going to assume.
So he went out of his way to do it.
No, it was on an open iPad in the room, so he just saw it
Yeah.
sitting there.
Right.
He didn't go.
Well, that's
Well,
stealing
but
the number.
he went out of it.
No, he didn't open up the iPad. It was an open.
You're going to
iPad.
split
Wait,
hairs
I
on
know.
whether or not the. Oh,
So he just saw
had,
the number and he's like, I gotta call him.
I have no choice but to use this number.
And he taped it all. I just
All
I
I
don't
could think
get
of.
what this kid was thinking.
Oh, he's having a good time.
No, but
He's
here's the
having
thing.
No,
a
but
ball.
you knew this
It was like
gonna
every
fall back on you.
Yes, to Kim-
every guy that
And
listened to the
embarrass your
Jerky
dad.
Boys 20 years ago loved this.
By the way, that was 40 years ago, old man.
But no, 40 years ago.
20 years
Are the
ago was-
Jerky Boys dead?
Yeah, all that jerky they were eating. Bro,
You embarrassed the whole franchise.
no, but like, look at it this way. Kimmy's right. Like, if this is
organization.
if this is some random kid in a frat house in,
If it's
Michigan,
just a guy, I get it.
Fine.
I get being that stupid. How are you this stupid if you're this coach's son?
like you have access to another team's draft. Like you're already a nepo baby.
Yeah.
Like if you want to take shots at Shadur Sanders for being an nepotism baby, his dad got him where he was. Fine, I'll listen to that argument. I will listen to that. But this kid's the same kid.
Yeah.
I get to go to my dad's draft party because he's a defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. And then in your position, you're a dick with that. It feels icky.
Yeah.
It
Well,
would be
here's the
funnier if
thing.
it was a random kid in some frat house.
I look at it this way. Like, Deion Sanders' kid and Deion, they're very cocky.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
they self-admitted.
Again, I totally understand why you look at that kid and you're not going to root for him. You don't like him.
Not even
for whatever
rooting or
reason.
not rooting, but and this kid's kind of cocky because he has access to his old man thing. So it's cocky
Obviously.
meets cocky. It's
That's
a
what
fair
I'm saying.
fight.
But don't you think the kid that made the call is the bigger dick in the situation?
And here's why.
Oh
it's,
yeah, but that's why I love it.
But here's why it's not a fair fight. So it turns out again, we're talking about Shadur Sanders falls all the way to the 5th round, taken by the Browns. He was the victim of a crank call. Somebody called him saying they were the Saints and that he was going to get drafted. Turns out it was the son of Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, who, by the way, was the interim head coach of the Jets, which is funny because like even when he's not on the Jets, he just can't get away from this ridiculous drama,
Yeah.
right? The kid who made the call played college football at some like tiny little school.
Oh wait, Dad's son?
Yes, yeah.
He looks too frail.
That's why he was at some tiny little school.
All
If
right.
I'm reading the story correctly, will you Google it for me just
Yeah.
so I'm making sure I'm saying the right stuff?
All right.
Like it also reeks of like jealousy because like here's the thing. To Kimmy's point, you understand why Shadur Sanders rubs some people the wrong way,
Sure.
right? But the kid had to be successful to be on the
the
point that
kid's
he's
talented.
in, right? He's a talented kid.
Yeah.
Okay. This kid's not.
Right.
So it also reeks of like that, well, I'm going to show you. It reeks of every like rich kid's son, which should be Deion's kid. Like somehow this kid made Deion's kid look not as bad. How much of a dick do you have to be to make that kid look not as bad?
But that's who does these things.
no, again.
Prank
Like,
calls to famous people. I mean, that's every guy in morning radio in the 1980s.
no, but like you brought up the Jerky Boys.
That's
Like,
Tony Infantino. He was one of the good guys.
if the Jerky Boys were like the sons of like Henry Kissinger, yeah, it wouldn't be as funny.
Well, yeah, because with that accent.
How would that sound to do it a credit? Hello, this is the Green Inn Tavern.
Yeah, you are talking to Frank Rizzo.
Yeah.
They are up on the roof right now with the hot mops. How about I come down there now and I punch you in the face, Mr. President?
That's actually how he negotiated with Vietnamese
Yes.
too. Kimmy, did that kid play college football?
Okay, so he has. So was it Jax Ulbrich?
Let's go. That sounds douchey.
Jax.
Yeah, he
Jax.
played football for Berry College.
Where's Berry College?
I don't know.
Okay.
That kid looks like he weighs 90 pounds.
Yeah, he does, but again.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. You know, everyone's talking about Shadur Sanders and the
Yeah.
crank call. He got the meanest story over the weekend may have actually come from a Bills draft pick.
What happened?
So Chase Lunt is an offensive lineman from the University of Connecticut. The Bills took him in the 6th round.
The Lunster.
Yes. In his first press conference with Bills media, he revealed he had gotten 4 or 5 crank calls throughout the draft,
Wow.
people pretending to be teams about to draft him.
That sounds like his buddies, though. Who
Does
else would care?
Says he doesn't know who it is. Well, I mean,
Doesn't that sound like it would be more of a, you would know that dude?
well, but think about
Why
it.
would you do that to a buddy who's about to be drafted?
5 or 6 times, 4 or 5 times.
Drunk buddies.
Yeah, but you know you're the first buddy that's going to drop off when that kid gets rich and famous.
Yeah.
So don't do that to your buddy that's about to be drafted.
I mean, think
I'm
about
going
this.
to say for your own interests.
I mean, I think a lot of people forget because, like, 90% of the kids drafted, no one had ever heard of
Yes.
outside of like these deep draft people
Yeah.
until this weekend, right? Like, you forget These guys are between 20 and 26 years old.
Yep.
They have had their cell phones their whole lives. So there are people from middle school, high school,
Oh, sure.
people they met in college that got their phone number.
Girlfriends,
All of this stuff.
ex-girlfriends.
Or boyfriends of your ex-girlfriends.
Oh, sure.
Like, there are a lot of people who don't like you just because of who you are.
Yeah.
Maybe you were a dick to people back in the day, right? Like, I wonder if there were over 100 crank calls in total to draft picks this weekend of
Could be.
people just being dicks.
And by the way, it's gotten so much exposure, somebody's going to do it again.
Yeah. It's not out of the question.
Kimmy, I'm going to ask you a question. And
Okay.
there's a reason I'm going to ask you first because Tommy's
Okay.
going to lose his damn mind.
What?
Should Jeff Ulbrich,
Yeah.
defensive coordinator for the Falcons, lose his job because of what his kid did?
I don't think he should lose his job. I think the embarrassment is enough in this situation.
If you can't handle your son,
Yeah,
As
because
a- by the way, the
here's
kid's a
thing.
grown-ass-
But if we started firing coaches based off their dick kids, Andy Reid shouldn't be a head coach.
okay, understood. That's a great point. Great point. That being said, the stuff that his kids did, as bad as it was,
Yeah.
did not come on the clock. Your son does not work for the franchise.
All right.
He's an adult, by the way. We keep saying
Yeah.
kid like he's 14.
He's 21.
This kid's a grown ass kid, right? You're part of an NFL draft. You are supposed to be focused
Yeah.
on doing your job. Your kid does this while you're doing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that guy as my defensive coordinator, would you?
I think you're going too deep.
Oh,
there.
are we? Are
Yeah.
we? Yeah.
Like, why would you fire the guy?
Because, I don't know, maybe very sensitive information was leaked.
I mean, this isn't the CIA, for God's
Oh,
sake.
bro, you've dealt with these GMs and coaches. To them, it is.
I know they're a little bit weird and they're wrapped a little too tight. I mean, the kid did a goofball thing.
Goofball thing that made international news.
Because he picked a juicy target.
Okay.
I can't.
And taped it himself.
Yeah. That
Well, I'm
was
taping that
dumb
call.
move.
Yeah, because you're
Is that-
also
okay,
dumb.
Is that how they found him? Was it because he taped it, or did they know?
I think
based
they
on-
just figured it
somehow
out pretty
traced
quick.
The phone number.
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. It's not like Deion Sanders would have like the FBI
Yeah.
tracing
No.
calls at his house.
I mean,
No.
they found him pretty quick, so I'd assume he probably got himself.
I thought,
caught.
did the guy turn him? Did the coach turn his son in?
I don't know.
Like he caught him and said,
I don't think
figured
so.
out what he did?
I saw the video of the kids making the call. Maybe the kids posted it on social
Yeah.
media. The kid's 21.
So do you think he could still lose his job?
No. The Falcons said they're moving forward. The NFL
Yeah.
said there's going to be no punishment for it. But the NFL, the league had to get involved.
I know.
I know, but, he made a pretty funny phone call.
And the kid's not going to get in any trouble, right?
No, I think that, like, Shadur Sanders was, like, cool enough to be like, don't worry about
What are
it.
you going to do, call the cops?
Well, yeah, I mean.
You could.
For what?
Actually, I don't know.
Answering your phone and being gullible?
You being gullible. Of course, you are there to answer your phone.
You are falsifying official
Got that?
New Orleans Saints representative.
He's committing fraud over FCC.
By the way, it's
lines.
only fraud if I get money. How do you have an empty fraud?
Why do you think?
Empty fraud.
Empty fraud?
You booked me at a zero.
Okay, so like if this
Ain't
kid
no fraud.
well, kid could have made money on it, becoming an influencer, as you like to put it.
Ooh,
Fraud! Fraud! You're under arrest. All right, let's take a break. Everything costs too much, Tommy.
Yeah, it's too much. You were just saying
Money
the
all over
prices.
the place. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. But there have been places where you could go to online where it's,
Yeah.
it's going to be much cheaper.
Hold
This
the
is what-
line.
yeah.
Good.
Okay. Not anymore. So here's the thing. This might be a good thing in disguise, not for the reasons it's happening, because these two websites
Yeah.
are dirt cheap.
Oh.
But when you buy stuff from these websites, you are rolling the dice, son.
Oh, okay.
Rolling it hard. And we're going to tell you what is about to go up in price big time next here in the break room. On CMF. I mean, it's good for the wrong reasons.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, man. People have been saving a ton of money using these websites.
Fantastic.
The problem is
What's
when
that?
you order from these websites, it is a spin of the wheel as to what's going to show up at your house. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. There are online shoppers that are flipping out.
What happened?
After over the weekend, websites Temu and Kimmy, is it Shine or Sheen?
I think it's Sheen.
Okay, Sheen.
That's how I've heard it.
Announced due to the tariff situation, international changes, that they will be raising their prices. Are you familiar with these two websites?
So the one shows up on Roku all the time.
Temu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as an ad.
I got you.
You know when you turn it on? The little car that goes by?
Yep.
When's it Temu? I guess.
So for those who are unfamiliar with Temu and Sheen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Kimmy, jump in where I'm wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
They sell knockoff items that aren't straight up knockoff items.
Okay.
They
It's a gamble.
Yes, and
So
they're
it's deep discount junk.
Put it this way: the picture's always going to look good.
Okay.
You may not get what you see in the picture.
And what you are buying, I mean, you know you're buying knockoff stuff,
Right.
and it doesn't have like the logos or whatever
Yeah.
on it. It's just different enough where they're not going to get in trouble for
Right.
selling it. And,
Sometimes it's pretty different.
okay.
I've seen some very unique things.
No, I mean like the products that they're selling.
Yeah.
Okay, so they sell clothes, they sell electronics, they sell bags, anything you could think of, these websites sell. Kimmy, have you ever used these sites?
I think that I tried Sheen once. And it was in the early days when I didn't know exactly what it was, and I learned early that you get what you pay for.
She's right.
Okay.
The stuff is unbelievably cheap, and sometimes you get lucky, and what shows up is
Yeah.
what you thought you bought. But
It's going to be a lot of junk.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, because I've actually never used this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how many Temu or Sheen buyers, like, I mean, there are people doing this. I mean, they exist, buying multiple things. Like, are you aware? Like, I'm willing to take the gamble because it's so cheap, or like after you get burned once, I'm never doing this again.
I didn't do it after I got burned, but I know people that they just know it's a gamble, so they'll order a bunch of stuff, and if 50% of it works out, they're happy.
I mean, this stuff's that cheap.
It's really cheap.
Was really cheap.
Right.
I mean, now it's not anymore.
Yeah,
right?
true.
I mean,
now
like,
it takes away the, I guess, the draw of it.
I mean, depending on how big the American market was for them, like this could like devastate these companies.
Oh.
Because it's funny too. Like they started, influencing has been coming up a lot today.
Yeah.
They started paying Instagram influencers to like sell them,
Yeah.
and there's videos that I've seen. It's like, hey man, check out these hockey jerseys I got from Sheen, and they're the worst looking. And watching these like 20-year-olds like, oh look how cool this is. I get to, but he's like trying to get it on over his head.
Wait, it's not even working on the video?
One arm is longer than the other. Like it's like,
Yeah.
you think you would have sold them. One guy, Kimmy, was trying to. Oh, I got these hockey sticks from Sheen. There is no way, I am taking that exploding hockey stick and playing on the ice with it.
So they sell everything now. Huh?
Anything you could
I
think
didn't.
of.
It's
I
like
thought
Amazon.
Sheen was mostly women's clothes. I didn't know they had like products.
Maybe it was Temu. It was one of those two.
Okay.
But you can buy anything you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
mean,
all knockoff, basically.
yeah. I mean, they're all made in the similar factories as the other
Yeah,
places,
Yeah.
right? It's just without the intellectual property. Brooke writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get it. She says, Sheen, you got to read the reviews. They'll let you know if it's word I can't say.
Yeah, some people have gotten pretty good at spotting what's worth purchasing on those websites and what they definitely know to pass on. So, maybe it's gotten a little better in terms of other people reporting bad products.
Now, it may be coming at the worst possible time
What
as we
happened?
talk about Sheen and Temu raising their prices. One of their bigger markets were prom and formal dresses.
Ooh, this is time of the year, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there may have been people thinking they were going to save a fortune.
Gen Z prom dress.
Well, so I know mothers
Yeah.
that would buy 4 or 5 different ones and hope that one of them was going to look
And then you
good
just toss the rest of them?
or donate them or whatever.
Right.
But that's how cheap this stuff is
God damn.
compared to what you would buy here in the States.
All right.
Also, it can take forever to get to you, and it's not guaranteed that it'll get to
So
you.
I'm thinking I've ordered stuff off of this site, not knowing it.
Yeah, without question.
No, because I'm telling you, like, I've ordered stuff that it's taken like a month. Because, usually you get stuff 8 days, 10 days max.
Sure.
I've had stuff coming from over there that's taken 2 months. Like, the tracker loses it. And after a while, they go, item not found.
So, Kimmy, when you ordered from Sheen, how long did it take for it to get to you?
Gosh, this was a while ago. I think it was like 2-3 weeks. It was a while.
Okay.
It wasn't like, Amazon fast.
Because like I've also heard stories of people like, hey, it disappeared and they had to reach out to
Yeah,
Shein to get a refund for their $7.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing. It sucks that people don't have this outlet now to go buy the super cheap stuff.
There's other stuff out there.
It's going to pop, right? Somebody else is going to show up. And by the way,
But how?
How much could it? The tariffs went up 10%. That's the current tariff. The blanket one that's out right now is 10%.
Yeah.
If the stuff's that cheap, an extra 10% can't be that much.
Well, no, but it's all this stuff coming from all over the place, right? Like it all like adds up. It's like a snowball. Like
Yeah, and
what
the
they
whole
spend on
reason
this, how they manufacture this way, that.
And the whole reason you're buying it in the first place is because it's extremely cheap.
Right. But yeah, somebody else. If they got all this junk to sell, somebody's going to pull a move.
Look, I mean, I know there are people hoping that you're right,
Yeah.
and maybe that is the case, but like,
There's junk out there. Relax. It's coming.
look, it sucks you lose this super cheap option if this was something you were into. But at the same time, I mean, this may be a good thing for the wrong reasons. That
Probably better for the environment.
well, there's that. You got
Yeah,
that
but think
going
about
on.
the poor guy in the factory making this stuff.
Well, he's getting paid, isn't he? That dime a day. And
Yeah.
I love how you say it like that. Like the
Yeah.
stuff we buy legitimately is the same situation. It's the same thing.
Yeah, probably.
You can't.
I don't want to know.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it.
Okay, well then don't make the
Well,
argument.
I'm going to be depressed after I get this nice thing delivered to my house.
No, those 7. Think about the horrors for those 7 tracksuits.
Yeah, but they're so comfortable.
Great Thursday segment. All right, let's take a break. There is no man I know
Yeah.
that bases
Mother ain't been born.
that bases someone's worth, value to the world, personality on their home more than Tommy Muley.
Oh, yeah.
You look at somebody's house, you walk inside somebody's house, you look around, you have an instant idea of what that person
I know him.
is. But Tommy's not the only person. In fact, in front of us, we know what about our homes
Yeah.
influences the people inside the most.
Okay.
About how they feel about us as human beings. And you're weird as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what the number one thing here is going to be
Ooh,
your
I can't
number.
wait to hear it.
All right, we'll get into it next here at the break room. Let's see it. Where you live says a lot about you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it says everything about you. And it's the number one thing people will use to judge what kind of person, parent, spouse you are.
Yeah.
Lucky for us, we have in front of us what your friends, family, strangers first notice about the place you live when they walk in. And if you care what other people think,
Yep.
we now have a way to game the system and keep the Tommy Mulets of the world at bay. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can head to the contest page right now.
Ooh.
WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock tribute pack to the Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in downtown Canandaigua for 3 2025 tribute shows. We're talking, you can celebrate Southern rock with the music of Lynyrd Skynyrd. At High Noon, that's May 3rd. Experience the Rolling Stones May 9th, performed by Satisfaction, the International Rolling Stones Tribute Show. And enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings with Band on the Run live May 31st. And if you can't wait to win, you can get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. Tommy, you are very critical
Yes.
of how people keep their homes. The cattiest of bitch.
I look around. Not that I snoop. I openly
Oh,
just.
you snoop.
I take it. Well, I'll openly snoop.
When you're in that bathroom, you're absolutely opening all the drawers.
You know, it's funny. We're going to talk about the inside, but even just like how someone's home looks from the outside picture driving by.
Yeah, the curb appeal.
Okay. All right. If you listen to the show, you've heard a dozen stories of him breaking down, going into someone's house. And in front of me,
Yeah.
I have these 6 things guests immediately notice about your home.
Oh, okay.
Now, we normally don't do lists and stuff like that, but this stuck out to me because, once again,
Yeah.
you are the cattiest of catty bitches when it comes to home. So here's what I want to know.
All right.
The number one thing that Americans notice about someone's home when they walk in, what is the number one thing you notice, Tommy?
When I enter your house, the entranceway, like your mudroom or just their main foyer, how it's kept.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if it's cluttered, if it's banged up, junk all over the place.
So your initial greeting. into
Yeah,
the
that
house.
mountain of shoes I got to walk over, coats piled up. If the entranceway of your house looks unkept,
You're judging someone for that.
I'm immediately on high alert because I know the place is a wreck.
Okay. We're already off to a bad start. I thought I could handle this conversation.
Why?
I already despise you. It's such a what?
You don't have kids, man.
You don't have kids, man.
You got hangers? You got hooks?
Got hangers, don't you? Got teeth, don't he? Kimmy, what is the first thing you notice walking into someone else's house? Take your time.
But she was having a stroke.
I guess it would be, okay, you know what I noticed first? It's whatever entry door they tell you to go in. Because you know how sometimes people, for whatever reason, don't use their front door?
Yeah,
I find that so weird.
we're a garage family.
I know. So it's like, it's weird if the first time I'm at your house, like you tell me to go through the garage, I automatically feel uncomfortable.
Okay, but do you judge
Because
the
I
people?
don't feel like I know you well enough to go through your garage.
Do you think people are trashy for using a side door or garage door?
I assume that you don't use your front door because something doesn't work.
So
Oh,
yes, then.
All right.
A little bit.
Wow.
probably.
I never thought of that. That's a good one.
Wow,
I'll put that
that's-
on my list.
Yeah. Like I get like over
writing that down.
time, like you know, if I'm at your house a lot and you tell me just go through the side door, I get that. But when the first time I'm going and you tell me not to use the front door, I'm always like, well, what's wrong with your front door?
Okay, so Kimmy thinks you're busted if you're a garage family. All right, both of you missed.
Right.
According to this national study, the number one thing guests immediately notice about your home, the first thing, is the scent.
I was thinking
Oh, yeah.
the same thing. If I catch a musty scent, means what?
Nothing. Keep talking.
No, if I smell must,
What is must?
you know must.
No,
It's-
you have a different definition of
Moldy.
stale,
Moldy.
mold, stale.
stale, moldy.
Your house is dirty.
Okay.
You got a dirty house.
So when we say scent, the immediate thought is a bad scent.
Well, that is musty, stinky.
No, but that's not what they're trying to say here.
Oh, like you stank.
No.
Or just a very distinct smell, whether
Yes.
it's good or bad.
Exactly.
All right.
So like
Strong odor.
what they talk about in this article is what scents people are into, what you should have ready to roll, whether it's candles or like diffusers or things like that.
Did you ever meet somebody and you don't realize that they have a distinct smell until they go into their house and you're like, oh my God, this house smells like you.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like how does all your family smell the same?
Can I tell you when I
And
realized
I don't know if it's the people or what they're wearing or if it's they smell like their house, you know?
when I realized that I had move past my childhood. Can I share a quick story with
Yeah,
you?
go ahead.
Because
It smells sad.
kind of. I had a couple of buddies that had like money.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
nice,
like
nice
richer
homes.
families.
Yeah.
What I thought was money, but
Yeah.
just turned out to be like, middle class America. And their homes had a very distinct smell,
Yeah.
right? And my house did not smell like that.
Okay.
And I remember one day coming home from work in the house that we live in now, like 2 or 3 weeks after I bought it,
Yeah.
and it smelled like my buddy's house.
Okay.
Oh.
And I was like, oh my God.
You were moving on up.
Oh my God, we did it.
Yeah.
We smell like a middle class family. And to this day, when I walk into my house, every once in a while, I'll go, oh, we've done it.
See, I always worry I can't smell my own house.
Nobody
You know
can.
what I mean?
Because it's your smell. You're used to it. I don't think, unless you've been away from your house for a little while, then you walk
Yeah.
back into it.
And
Like
then
maybe
you're
you
like,
took
oh,
a
yeah, this is-
vacation.
yeah.
You'll catch something, but normally that's just
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so you brought up clutter in the
Yeah.
mudroom. Clutter was 3. How
All right.
tidy you keep the place, so you were there. The lighting came in 2.
Okay, bad lighting.
Bad lighting? What are we doing, a photo shoot, you bitch?
No, but if you have dingy lighting,
What is dingy lighting?
it's dingy.
What is
it's in the
No,
statement?
dingy is
it's
like
pretty
a
much-
color.
No, dingy. It's very shadowy. It's very
Shadowy.
I should not that a house has to be bright,
Yeah.
but your house needs to be
I don't know if I've ever noticed the lighting. in somebody's
Never in
house.
my life, unless it's too
Efficient.
bright.
too bright is
Yes,
bad.
or,
but
or if they have the white bulbs,
Yeah.
like the ones that are like office building.
like
bright.
fluorescent.
My
Yeah,
wife
yeah,
loves
yeah.
those things, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I
like
don't
this
like
crap.
those.
Yeah.
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 It's like staring into the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. As we go down the list, it gets more common.
Mm-hmm.
How clean your kitchen and bathrooms are specifically.
Those are
bothers
the
me.
those are
You
the
gotta
big ones because you're
gotta
going to
s-
see the kitchen first, probably. And if the
Depending on-
kitchen looks grimy and you eat in there, they're going to serve you something on their filthy counters. And by the way, I don't want to see a goddamn cat on a counter. I see pets on furniture like
And it's
that.
someone else's house. You're going to tell someone else.
I'm not going to say anything, but if I go to somebody else's house and that goddamn cat has been walking around,
That's the last thing that would bother me about somebody's kitchen.
a rancid cat,
I wouldn't
Rancid
think
cat.
twice.
walking, dragging its ass through everything, God knows what, and it's on the furniture and it's on the tables and stuff where you eat.
Mm-hmm.
That's gross.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. By the way, the entryway was the 6th thing. That was the last one.
All right, that was me.
The weirdest one
Ooh.
on this list of top 6, what people will judge first when they walk into your house, how many plants you have.
Oh, a houseplant person?
Yeah. Now, my wife is weird as hell. We have just plants
Yeah.
everywhere. It's like I
Yeah.
live in Jumanji, and I hate it. But I don't think
I
I've
wouldn't
noticed.
judge somebody. I wouldn't think that's a bad thing.
I don't even
you
think
know?
I've noticed it.
I would think like you're more in tune with your house because you have to maintain those
Yeah.
plants.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Look who's all of a sudden
he's
kissing
right,
ass,
though.
you bitch. No,
Like, you gotta
he's only
know-
saying it because I said my wife did it. You
gotta
see that
know
stupid
what you're
smile.
doing. Like, I'm actually impressed by people that can keep plants
Half of
alive.
them are dying. Ah, crap. She's off today. Crap.
No, that's class. Houseplant is class.
Bro, I have a giant ass, some kind of tropical plant.
Yeah,
that
those
is-
are hard to keep alive.
It's slowly
She
eating
probably
my
got a
couch.
mist to that thing. She got to make sure it's the right temperature.
Do not
Right.
encourage this woman. She made me say positive things to these things she's sprouting last night.
Mm.
I had to say nice things to a plant.
Yeah.
And then when she left, I started saying mean things. Yeah, you like that? It was only because she was here, you bitch-ass bitch. Ugly-ass plant. All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we get into Tommy's favorite segment of all time, is he gets to sit
Yes.
back and judge in his shacket. Here's a fact.
What's that?
All right, this is pure, uncut truth.
All right, go ahead.
None of this should matter.
Well, it gives you a little telling to the people you're hanging out.
No, and here's the biggest tell.
If you grimy, if you scuzzy. I don't want to be in a scuzzy house.
The biggest tell
What?
about somebody, if I walk into your house and it's too clean, it's a red flag.
Of what?
A home should look lived in.
But see, you take that too far.
There's a line though.
Oh, so my home is not clean.
No, your home is fine. The home you grew up in, that really lived in.
No, my home looks lived in. We got 2 kids. I got my nieces and nephews over all the time. My kids' friends are running through. I'm an idiot. I can't fix anything. My home looks lived in. And why
okay,
have
but lived in? Okay, when you say lived in, I assume maybe it's a little messy, but still clean. Does that make sense? Like there's not dirt everywhere, but maybe like there's some laundry sitting on the couch or something.
when did you become Tommy Muley?
Well, but I'm trying to give you credit because, like, lived in, I get lived in because, yes, things are going to be out of place because people are
You got kids.
constantly in and out.
But
There's a difference between messy and dirty.
like,
And
if there's a
I think-
cat giving
yeah.
birth in the sink.
Will you let the cat?
Yeah, no. Like, dirty to me is like that's one step beyond living in.
Yeah, you can tell when something that they just don't care. Like, they just don't clean this. It looks grimy.
Yeah.
To your point, like, you can walk into a bathroom, okay, somebody just, got water on the sink or whatever.
Water is dirty to you? Water is dirty.
Water
Clean
spots.
water.
Like, if I see water spots,
Are
okay.
you effing kidding me?
They got kids, but at least they're washing their little hands. But if I see, like, it looks
Years
like...
of toothpaste build up in
Yeah,
the sink.
What's wrong with that?
Are you serious?
It's gross.
Why?
Why don't
It
you
came out
wipe
of your
down
mouth.
the sink?
Why don't I got other things to do?
Well, if
Yeah,
you're
like
having
what?
people over,
Like raise my
wipe
kids.
down the sink.
Why are you in my toothbrushing bathroom?
No,
I
if
don't know. You told me to go there.
if your guest bathroom looks
You hear
like...
this Pittsford ass bitch? If your guest bathroom.
'Cause
If your guest bathroom.
Well, is that going in there? Ain't going in.
That's a lie. You'd go in it first. You were saying, I'm sorry.
But if your guest bath, which is just a half bath, right? It's just
Yeah.
a dumper and a
That's the
sink.
one everybody that comes to your house is going to use.
Right, so that's the one you clean for sure because your guests are going to use it. If that looks like hell, you're a scuzzy house.
Okay, so like we're fortunate enough to have the upstairs and the downstairs bathroom. Like you said, we got the half bath downstairs,
yeah.
right? Like if
That's the one you clean.
But if I'm not cleaning to the specification of guests the upstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
So like if somebody's like, oh, that bathroom's occupied, you got another bathroom? I was, no.
Oh, it's a
It
No.
does not exist. It is out of order.
Horrified. Do not go in there. I got like underwear that I worked out in from
Oh,
the day before,
geez.
just lying on the tile. It's our personal bathroom.
So my old in-laws, they had a house that they raised older kids in, and they had a toilet, bro. That was so nasty. Like it
Never got cleaned.
it may have gotten
It's a
clean, but it
different
was
color
so
now?
old. Yes, it was so discolored and old. It looked like they were making chili in this thing, man.
Ew.
It was so stained.
Is that why you guys did like green toilets back in the day?
I think you had to, or brown, or something, man, because it was nasty. And and I knew they were never going to replace it because they were too chintz.
Or because it costs money to replace that stuff?
Probably dumpers cost back then like $80.
I know what a dumper costs because when my dad cut his hand open when I broke the toilet with my brother, pushing him into the door, it cost $100 because he's never let me hear the end of that, and that was in 1997.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. $100?
Well, then clean it.
You know how many cats giving birth I could buy in my sink? All right, 252 WCMF. As we have this in front of us, what you notice immediately when you walk in someone's home, the first thing, bottom line, it doesn't make sense that we do this clean house dance every time somebody has people over, because we all put on fake house. Not you, because you're a serial killer, but everyone else puts on fake house. And if you have kids and I walk into your impeccable home, I know you just spent 3 days making it look like that. And I know tomorrow morning, after we're gone, it's going to go back to the way it was before. What's wrong with the way that it looked before?
Because you make me feel like I'm special because you cleaned your house. I don't want to sit in grimy furniture or a disgusting couch in my nice clothes to have a cocktail with you when
No, but think of the time.
I don't want to be engulfed in hair and vomit and everything else. that goes
Okay,
on.
yeah, if there's vomit on the couch, wipe it off. How about that?
No, but like stained up, I could see like action happen here.
Like you don't know what that stain was from.
Right. They don't even know anymore.
And that's true. If you have kids, think of the time we have wasted our lives making our houses look pretend only for someone to come over for an hour and two, glance at it, and leave. What the F does it matter what they think?
Because you're presenting your home to somebody.
Oh, I'm presenting my home. You sound like that, like an idiot. I'm not going to ask you this question because, Kimmy,
What?
do you have a list of people you won't clean your house for when they're coming over?
Ooh, the uncleanable.
No.
I don't know because even if I know somebody's coming over, like if nothing else, I'll like tidy up the bathroom.
Yeah.
There really is I have friends where like if they just came over and I didn't have time to clean, fine. But if I know they're coming over, I still go and like pick stuff up.
Okay. All of the people that you won't clean for that are close enough to you, it's an honor to be on that list if you're on someone's list. If you go to someone's home and they've done nothing to prepare for you, it means they trust you. If you walk into a dirty house, that person loves you. And that's how you should look at it.
I don't want to be loved.
And don't worry about it, man. Don't have to worry
but
about
that's
it.
not true though, because if you just don't clean and you don't clean for anybody,
Yeah,
then
what does that mean?
then
Okay.
does that mean you love everybody?
You're a slob.
That's not most people, right? Like even slob. Slob is such a bad word.
Like I also don't like when people aren't dressed when I come over.
What does
Okay,
that
that's,
mean?
That's one step too far, my friend.
Like if you're like,
I am now off the top.
Nope, come on, get on the Tommy train. People all over the
whoa,
world
Tommy Train.
not doing it with you.
Wait, so you want people to be in their best?
Not their best, but at least have, you know what I
When
mean?
you come over.
Don't be wearing your slack ass, dragging your ass around the house clothes. So I come over to the house for a cocktail or something, put on some clothes.
All right, let me ask you a question. I invite you over to the house,
Yeah.
right? We're all going to have cocktails. You, your wife, me, my wife, Kimmy, and her husband.
All right, nice.
And I answer the door in jeans and a T-shirt.
No,
Are you kidding me?
Wait, he can't even wear jeans?
he wants to wear his raggedy ass jeans. His jeans that tell a goddamn story.
Like what he's wearing right now, you would be upset.
Maybe nicer shoes.
These are brand new.
They're all right. They're sneakers.
They're
Yeah.
Reeboks. They're from your era, my friend. You probably owned a pair of these.
I mean,
Every
that's-
nurse in the 80s had these.
I would say that's the bottom shelf of dress.
Are you kidding me? Bro, I'll wear gym shorts for guests coming over.
Oh no, you can't. We're having drinks.
Nicer gym shorts.
Friday night, we're having drinks over your house.
Yeah, I'm in my house, man. I want to be comfortable.
No, I'll be dressed. If you come over to my house
Especially
on
if
a
it's
Friday or Saturday
summertime
night-
and you're just gonna be sweating your ass off anyways.
No, I mean, even if you had nice shorts
Got
and
a
a
lot
nice
of sun on that deck. Remember we said.
Yeah, remember talking? Oh, no, it's got to be nice.
All right, let's say you had on shorts, but like a Tommy Bahama looking outfit.
Oh, why? Because I'm 60?
Well, nice, not logoed up crap.
What is logoed up crap?
You loaded up crap.
You can't even say logo. You logoed it. Bro, you live your life to make yourself uncomfortable. You clean
That's why I come here every day.
No, but you clean OCD. You wear uncomfortable clothes for no reason to people whose homes who love you and trust you and would not carry their way. You then hurt their feelings by talking behind their back about stuff, which makes the relationships uncomfortable. I don't get you. You're like a masochist for homes and relationships. I don't understand.
I don't get it either, but God bless me.
Nobody said that.
God
No, I
bless
just heard
me.
it. Somebody just said it.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There are two levels of clean for a house.
Yeah.
There is we're here alone clean, and then there's special guest clean.
Okay.
Because if you're comfortable in the alone clean, that should be the clean that the house always is whenever somebody comes over.
No matter what.
Yes.
But don't you feel so much better? Like cleaning, even if nobody's coming over. Like I love sitting in a clean house.
Do
He
not
does
care.
not.
Do not care.
He never lived like that.
Oh, shut up. This
it
ain't all
feels-
about
it's like-
psychological stuff.
It's
you
more
dick.
relaxing to me.
No. I don't like
Then
to.
if I know that there are like dishes in the sink, or like if I just if I know I got a pile of laundry I got to get to, like if I just get it done, I could be so much more
Yeah.
relaxed.
Like it's done. It's out of the way. We're good.
Does not bother
I'm
you.
the same way.
Does-
Even when I lived by myself, I wanted that house cleaned, and then I could just, this is nice.
I
Pour a
don't-
drink, watch a little tube.
No, dirty house, clean house. Same drink, same tube.
Like even when I was doing like nasty bachelor stuff,
Mhm.
as soon as I was done, bro, it was Operation Cleanup.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, would you lay in that? Like, let's say you're porning and you're boozing, right?
Pouring and a boozing, boozing and a pouring.
So let's say you're done. How long do you still sit after you're done?
As a single man?
Yeah.
All right. Let me just put it this way.
Because you oozing now.
I had a nightstand, which had
Why did you bring this up?
several rounds
Yes.
worth of spent shells,
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
toilet paper wise.
All right.
But here's the thing. I
So
know.
it looked like a Ukrainian foxhole.
I know I'm not alone there. I'll get to it when I get to it.
Bro, I used to pop up and clean that thing like it was a crime scene.
Yeah, but it was a crime scene because you were the one doing it. No, I'll go further, man. And this is
Yeah, I
gonna be-
can't sit in my own grime, and I cannot sit in my own pleasure. Put that on a T-shirt. I cannot sit in my own pleasure.
I'll go even further.
Because it starts running on your leg. And
Oh,
stuff.
I didn't mean
And by the
leaving
way,
it
we're
there.
we're both hairy, man.
No, I didn't mean leave it there. Yes, I'm going to clean
Oh,
myself
you ain't wiping
up.
good.
Oh, no, I'm wiping good because you don't want it to get crusty on the hair. That's where it gets nasty.
I
I'm
know.
talking about just like cleaning it up and leaving it on the nightstand.
No, I had dog.
Yeah.
man.
Little Scooby snack for him?
But you know that.
I'll go further, and this is really going to bother Kimmy. I'd like to
All right.
apologize right now.
All
Well, it's
right.
good to know, though, these things.
Is
when-
it? Do I need to know these things?
When I was a single man,
Yeah.
doing single man things,
Yeah.
I would wash my sheets Probably once every 6 months.
No way.
Hand of God.
I believe that.
Hand of God.
I think
Wait,
there
you
are
were
probably
banging
guys
chicks
that-
on-
I bet you there are men out there who, throughout the entirety of their 20s, wash their sheets maybe twice.
Oh, no. That's nasty.
Yeah, no, like,
Wait,
wait, how?
if I'm bringing ladies over,
That's
man.
just-
I know.
So,
It's gross.
What do they care? They don't know. What don't know can't hurt them unless
I mean,
it
they
can
assume.
if you can pick up
trust
something
me,
from sheets.
Trust me, they don't know, but they assume.
Bro,
They
if
assume
she's
that you do not. You do not wash your bedding.
if you're laying her naked ass down on your bed and it sounds like she's landed on dry leaves, that's gross, man.
If my husband and I weren't married and I didn't wash the bedding, I don't know if he would ever wash it.
I'll say this. Last night I got into bed, and my wife, I know when my wife washes the sheets, and I don't like it. I like my sheets
because you sweat.
Yeah, but I like my sheets broken in. Like, they get softer the longer we use them.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, when I get into a, like, new sheet, new whatever
Yeah,
bed,
yeah.
it bothers me. I don't like it.
Man, even after, like, let's say I had somebody over and we banged it up.
Yeah.
I'm washing them sheets the next day because let's say she comes back for round 2. I don't want her to see the same stain she left 2 days ago.
This is it, though, man. Like, there were, this is bad. I was a young man. There would be, like, different stains.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Bro, when
whatever.
you used to stay at my house, the first thing I
Oh,
did
shut
was
up.
strip both beds
Uh-huh.
because I know you multi-bedded my house. I know you use my main bed and I know you use the back bedroom.
Yeah.
So I pulled them both out.
Couldn't strip the couch, though, bitch.
Yeah,
Got-
I know what
Got
you would
real
do.
icky all in there.
Yeah, I know.
No bare ass on the couch rule at your place. Bare ass all over that.
Yeah, and Tina's ass too.
252 WCMF. All right, we've been rambling.
Yeah.
We started this conversation with what you notice first when you walk in somebody's
Mm-hmm.
house, and then Tommy went all mean girls on everybody. Randy's on CMF. Hey, Randy. How are you, buddy?
Good. Hey, my take on this is I tend not to go into people's houses. I just don't like it. I'm not comfortable there. And at my house, nobody really goes in my house, even though it's clean and tidy and everything's real nice. Everybody plays in the garage. Nobody goes in.
You know, that's an interesting take. I know other guys like him.
Yeah, they usually have bodies in the basement.
We don't have a basement.
So there, the bodies are in
So
holes
it's
in the
all
backyard.
just like outdoor hangouts.
I dig the holes myself. Thank you.
Okay. Kimmy, you had I'm sorry.
So you're just strictly like outdoor hangout guy.
No, the garage is usually 80 degrees, even in the wintertime with a wood stove, and everybody sits around and people that smoke can smoke in the garage. There's no smoking in my house, but
All right, so Randy's a garage guy. Randy, thanks for the call. Kimmy, you made a fatal mistake.
What?
You referred to a man's garage as outside.
Yeah, my bad. My
Every
bad.
man who loves his garage, if you call garage out,
No,
no.
not outside.
Not
Outside, inside.
I got a heater out there, and there's a
Wood stove in my
But
garage.
his solution was just, I don't go in people's
Yeah,
houses.
and I don't let anybody come in my house.
I think that there are more people than you think, like Randy, who are uncomfortable going in other people's homes.
I mean, I get the being uncomfortable, but you don't have like a handful of people who you
Yeah,
feel
like regular
comfortable in
rotation
their
of people,
house.
like
Yeah.
family.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know, but I know people like Randy,
Yeah.
Yeah.
where it's like, I'll just wait outside, thank you. 252 WCMF. Let's wrap it up with Ed. Hey, Ed. How are you, buddy?
Good. Hey, Tommy, what happens if you invite me over for drinks and I show up wearing T-shirts, a T-shirt and a pair of jeans?
Oh, you can't come in.
Okay. I didn't want to drink at your house anyways.
Well, then why'd you show up? Ed?
Ed?
Ed, you there?
Got him.
Did he hang up because he froze on the
I
why'd you
think
show up?
so. I think so.
You can't come in. I don't want to be here anyway. Why are you here? All right, let's take a break. All right, so we talked about the Bills not taking a wide receiver until the 7th round.
Yeah.
Earlier this show. People not happy about that. We talked about Shadur Sanders, Deion's son, getting crank called in the first round of the draft. Split on that one.
Yeah.
There was one more very interesting story over the week.
Oh, what happened?
Well, the longer the NFL is around, the more legends there are.
Oh, yeah.
The more numbers are retired for those legends. And we are starting to get to a point where they're not running out of numbers, but very popular numbers are taken.
Oh.
And there are two stories that went in two very different directions over the weekend because the first overall pick wanted a number that he is going to be able to wear thanks to the graciousness of an NFL legend. The third overall pick, however, did not get that grace.
Oh.
And based on who these men are, makes perfect sense. And we'll get into it next here on CMF. This is a tale of two famous men.
Yeah.
That is the most on-brand story you will ever hear for both of them. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, so the NFL draft over the weekend.
Yeah.
And two superstars were looking to keep the numbers or have numbers that were going to mark them for the rest of their career. So Cam Ward, he's the quarterback out of Miami, went first overall to the Tennessee Titans. And Cam Ward has always worn number 1.
Okay.
So that's a problem for Cam Ward.
Who's number 1?
Number 1 has been retired thanks to the success of quarterback Warren Moon.
Oh.
Now, do not forget, the Tennessee Titans were once the Houston Oilers. Warren
that
Moon
carries over.
Yep. Head and shoulders the best player, arguably, in Houston Oilers history. And Ward wanted it. However, the team would have to unretire it, and they would need the permission of Warren Moon to do so.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't even know you could unretire a number.
it's up to the player or their
Okay.
family after they
All right.
pass away. So, at his introductory press conference, Cam Ward's introductory press conference, Warren Moon showed up,
Wow.
Oh, he's that pissed off?
no, with his jersey,
No.
and bestowed the number 1 upon Cam Ward.
That's a class move.
Now,
It's a very class move because you don't know if that kid's going to work out
Yep.
either, so you're gambling there.
You're right. Warren Moon said he wore it as a Houston Oiler. He thinks that this kid deserves to wear it as number 1. He's excited about it. Not to mention Warren Moon, one of the first successful black quarterbacks. Cam wore a black guy. I'm sure
Yeah.
that had something to do with it. there.
Okay.
So you have that nice little story. On the other hand,
Yeah.
Abdul Carter, he's a defensive end. He went to Penn State.
Okay.
He was taken 3rd overall by the New York Giants. And in his professional career, like most Penn State linebackers have done, a lot of them, he wanted to wear number 56. That's a problem. Number 56
Oh, it's-
retired for the New York Giants.
LT.
You got it. Well,
How much do you want for it?
Abdul Carter reached out to Lawrence Taylor asking if he could wear his number.
Now, I don't know if Lawrence
so he-
Taylor is in a bad way or not. Because, like, Lawrence Taylor's one of those guys, like, at the beginning, he didn't handle retirement very well.
He didn't handle playing very
Yeah.
well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They asked Lawrence Taylor,
Yeah.
and he said, no,
Yeah.
you cannot have my number. I am not unretiring 56 for you.
I mean, I would assume that there are a lot of retired players, though, that have said no, right? Like, this can't be the first time that guys have requested to wear that number or wanted to wear that number.
All right, if a kid asks you
Yeah.
and you say no,
Yeah.
is that a douchebag move?
Yeah. It kind of is.
Why?
It's just because it just
Everybody
looks
still
like.
knows you. You don't need your number
Yeah.
retired.
And
Your
it
name's
doesn't.
still on the stadium.
Right.
And you
You're
still
Lawrence
get all
Taylor.
Yeah.
You asked me who's 56. I knew immediately. You know I don't know goddamn numbers.
You don't
for
know
crap.
nothing, no.
I know LT.
That is
'Cause-
crazy that
but-
you remember that.
But he was that famous.
Yeah, I mean, Kimmy, I don't think you understand the
I probably
social.
don't. Yeah.
He's so famous, but I don't. Am I mistaken? He never really got any big endorsements because he was such a dick.
I mean, it's a little before my time.
Because I
Yeah.
can't think of anything he ever endorsed. Like, he didn't get the big endorsement deals like even like other superstars at that time got.
He was openly doing cocaine. He was sending prostitutes to his opponents' hotel rooms the night before games. That's a true story, by the way.
I remember when his Porsche got ripped off and he was pissed off because his bowling shoes were in the trunk.
Can't get new bowling shoes.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. Lawrence Taylor, he wasn't a massive dick about it. He said he wanted the number retired because the kid could go make his own legacy. And Abdul
Okay.
Carter afterwards said he didn't feel any negative way towards Lawrence Taylor. He was still a legend. So it's not like he was like, no, kid.
Try your own number.
If you want to be mad at Lawrence Taylor, I would go with the statutory rape charges for a couple of years ago. Right? There's other things to be upset with Lawrence Taylor about. No, look, I'm with you. I don't get the whole number retirement thing, period.
Yeah, you already got the name retired, so that's enough.
Yeah.
And you kind
Yeah,
of
no one can ever be named Lawrence Taylor ever again.
Well, I mean, but yeah, well, yeah.
Look, and Kimmy, I want to know how you feel about this. Unless a player did something to like change the game entirely, like a Gordie Howe, a Jackie Robinson, a Bill Russell,
Yeah.
it does seem kind of silly.
And don't you start running out of numbers the longer your franchise has been around?
The Yankees
Well,
have
that-
that problem right
The
now.
Celtics.
Right. It's going to be an issue eventually.
And
Yeah,
like,
yeah. How do you,
Unless you just stop retiring numbers.
how many guys are like in the Wall of Fame at the New York Yankees?
that Monument Park, a ton of them. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Yankees, there is a prediction that if they keep retiring numbers at the clip that they're going, they're going to have spring training players wearing 3-digit numbers within the next 10 years.
Yeah, you got to change it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Cam Ward will be allowed to wear number 1 for the Tennessee Titans as Warren Moon decided he will unretire the number and let him have it. Meanwhile, Abdul Carter, D-end, drafted by the Giants, wanted 56. He went to Lawrence Taylor and asked for it. Lawrence Taylor said, no, no.
I get feeling the pressure to say yes if that kid personally like asks you, I wouldn't volunteer it though.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't offer it up. The kid comes to you.
Yeah.
And
Like I would feel
shows
the
he really
pressure to
wants
say
it.
yes.
It would
Because I
also-
would be super intimidated
Yeah.
to call Lawrence Taylor about anything. I don't know where he's at in his day when I call.
But you got to keep in mind, Abdul Carter is like a 21-year-old kid. He don't know Lawrence Taylor.
True.
I mean, he has no idea the intimidation.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He doesn't. I'm sure he's heard stories.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. No. You know what I mean? Can I tell you like the saddest story of all time?
Oh, I love it.
All right. So the Bills have a handful of Hall of Famers. The one that you may not recognize is offensive lineman Billy Shaw. Fun fact, he is the only member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame to never have played a snap in the NFL. His entire career was in the AFL. So I have this amazing moment. I went to the Hall of Fame game when Andre Reed went in. The Bills were playing the Giants. And if you've ever been to the stadium, it's
Yeah.
just two bleachers.
Yeah.
Right?
It's very old school.
At least it was. They remodeled it. So in the bleachers, where you're sitting amongst Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Because there's so many of them, it's just random tickets. So I sit down, and I'm sitting next to Billy Shaw.
The man.
The man, the myth, the legend. He is wearing his AFL jersey. He's there for all of this festivities. I am sitting next to him and his family, and this is the greatest moment of my life.
Yeah.
And Billy Shaw, who recently passed away, could not have been more amazing.
Oh, cool.
He's wearing both his AFL championship rings. He takes them off and insists that I wear them. He then takes a picture with me where I got both of the rings on my hands with Billy Shaw. It's in my basement framed. It's one of my most prized possessions. So we're sitting there, and he wore number 66. And up until that moment, no Bill had ever worn 66 ever
Yeah.
since he had left.
Yeah.
There's a 66 on the field for the Bills.
Okay.
And he goes, "Can I ask you a question?" I go, "Yeah." He's got this southern drawl. He's like, "They had 66 there. Tell me about him. What's his story?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "I don't know if you know, I don't think anyone's worn 66 since I worn it, and they didn't tell me it was retired, but I thought it was retired, but..."
Yeah.
The guy who was wearing its name was Sean Terrell Henderson. He was an undrafted free agent, and the reason he wasn't drafted is because he had a lot of like character concerns in his
Okay,
background,
yeah.
like not so great stuff.
Had some issues.
But I didn't have the heart to tell that to Billy Shaw.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Yeah, great dude, great stand-up guy." And like I could hear it. He's like, "Oh, good."
Yeah.
But the fact that he asked the question,
He didn't know.
no, but
He
it
was
meant
still,
it mattered.
Yeah.
he was still concerned. I
It
guess.
mattered
Yeah.
to him. Like as silly as the whole thing is, like this guy.
Well, it is your identity. Yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. Like, Lawrence Taylor's going to be Lawrence Taylor forever. Warren Moon's going to be remembered forever. Billy Shaw, even in that franchise, a lot of Bills fans don't know who Billy Shaw is.
Yeah.
And I was the only person in that section that knew who Billy Shaw was. And I guess in that way, I get loving it there.
Yeah.
But if you were famous in the last 25 years of playing sports, I mean,
You don't really need it.
people are going to love you forever.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. Ask Me Rapperoo.
Audio Monday
For
Rapper.
a Monday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means?
What is Kimmy doing in your hood?
Yeah, that's right. Where they whine just after 9 o'clock. We are already super late. We got to get out of the way for Jolene.
Jolene. Doing a great job, gal.
Yes, she is. 10 at 10, coming at you. 10 songs in a row, so sit tight for that. For Kimmy, who says, keep those numbers retired. Keep your filthy mitts off them numbers. For Tommy Muley, who will never have anything about retirement ever in his name. Nothing retired in his honor. Can't ever afford to retire.
No, they took it down.
They took it down.
You
Wait.
just
They
noticed.
took down your tiny shirt.
What happened?
Well, they realized what we did, and they didn't think he deserved it.
My tiny shirt's gone.
The tiny shirt has left the building. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.